The Many Assassinations of Samir, the Seller of Dreams, by Daniel Nayeri. In the 11th century, the Silk Road was a network of dirt roads and mountain passes that spanned from Xi'an in China to Baghdad, controlled at every outpost by local warlords and traveled by motley caravans of thieves, merchants, and scholars. It was 3 times longer than the Wild West, crossed deserts as barren as Antarctica, and stranded more men to die than the 7 seas. No one dared it alone. No one traveled the entire length, and no one defied the 4 capital kings, except for a fellow named Sid, and that evil beast was likely just a fairy tale. Jonas Lindsay, Professor Emeritus. Chapter 1. The First Time I Was Stoned to Death. The first time I was stoned to death by an angry mob. I was not even a criminal. I had not stolen so much as a sumac berry, though I will admit now that I deserved the punishment. It was dusk, but the desert stones still sizzled from the daytime sun. I ran like an injured animal, as quickly as I could, which was not quick because I was shoeless. In the Tarim Basin, the sand could cook bread faster than a tandoor oven. Stones flew in the air and struck me in the head, one and then another. I screamed. I screamed with my whole neck. "Help! Help! I am a dying child! Grown men are stoning me as we speak!" I screamed even though there was no one around to hear my prayers except for God, and it was not His will at the moment to spare me. I ran more. Behind me rolled a thundering cloud of dirt and grit and ash. From inside the cloud I could hear the sneezes and grumbling of Brother Maurice and Brother Cour. I knew them, of course, the monks in the dust cloud chasing after me, swinging their old swords in the air in the manner of those unaccustomed to sword swinging. From the back of the crowd, 2 of the older men hurled rocks, but they had to slow down to pick up more as they ran and struggled to stay in range. Whenever a stone hit my shoulder or my back, I would yowl like a dog, hoping to light some sort of pity in their hearts, even though, as I said, I knew these men, and this was the kindness of their hearts. I felt warm blood streaming down my cheek. I screamed some more. "Help! Help!" A chase down a mountain is only running and screaming. I ran down into the valley toward an oasis where a grove of poplar trees swayed like lantern flames. A caravan huddled in the bits of shade they offered, sleeping away the heat of the day. I hoped the low-lying crags would be too much for the old men and they would stumble. But let this be a lesson. If ever you are being executed for crimes against God, but have not committed any as far as your heart can tell, and feel righteous anger back at your enemy, and you look back as you jump down the rocky hills, hoping your pursuers will stumble and crack their stubborn skulls open, then are you any better than they are? And more important, are you watching where you're going? The answer is no. I was not watching where I was going, and so I took an ignorant step. A loose rock shifted under my foot. I careened forward, flailed my arms, screamed again, "Help!" and slammed face first into the dirt. I saw white. Here for a moment I was dead to the world. I had been stoned to death by an angry mob. I do not remember anything. I must have rolled the rest of the way onto the desert floor. That is where I returned to life only a few seconds later. I will admit I was disappointed. The last thought I had before crashing down the ravine was that if you are an orphan, anyone can kill you, and no one will cry. I am a twice orphan. First my parents died, then the old widow who took me in. And in fact, before these men were my murderers, they were my new family. I suppose I'm a thrice orphan now. When I awoke at the bottom of the valley, I could see the camel drivers and horsemen of the caravan positioning themselves between their herds and the mob of men running down the hills, swinging swords and screaming, "Nothing! Something! 2 is 2!" They were almost on top of me. I scrambled to my feet. A stone skipped across my head. I shrieked and sprinted toward the caravan in the oasis. My legs bled from half a dozen cuts. Brother Furs caught up to me, but he had been my best friend in the temple. When I cleaned the bread baskets, I would collect the crumbs and bring them to the pigeons he cared for in the firelight tower. I looked back as I ran. He loomed above me. Maybe he was sorry. I don't know. Instead of his sword, he swung a young myrtle branch that whipped across my shoulders. He also shouted the law I had broken. "Nothing! Something! 2 is 2!" But it didn't sound like a curse when he said it. I replied with more screams as the branch cut me and I sped up. I waved my arms at the caravan guards and hoped they would take pity on me. I was dizzy. My mouth had more dirt than tongue in it. As I ran to them, the guards drew their swords. A demon on my shoulder, who was never my friend, whispered in my ear, "You are not worth a battle. They will hand you over to your murderers." But even in despair, I would never listen to a demon. I ran up to one of the caravan guards and tried to reach for his belt, but he stepped away. I fell to my knees to grab his bootstraps, but he kicked at me. He tried to keep me away without touching me. He spat on the ground between us, but I crawled over it anyway. I said, "Please, I beg you." "Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ," said the guard in a gruff voice. I didn't know his people's tongue, but didn't need to. He wanted calm. The camels were stirring at the noise, but the tarpon horses were especially susceptible to panic, probably because they are such short animals, and like children, they can't look grown men in the eye. The brothers arrived at the oasis and stopped short. Brother Zest elbowed forward and shouted, "Stand aside and we'll take what's ours." "ᴡɪᴛဃ?" said one guard to another. The other shrugged. Everyone but me had a sword. The merchants finally roused themselves from their naps under the poplar trees. Through the guard's legs I could see a round man arise from a Persian rug. Beside him was an ancient and bedraggled donkey who did not get up and may have been dead. The man removed a set of bronze eye shades he had been using to sleep. On his balding head he placed a cone-shaped felt hat. He was not old and not young, not tall or short, not rushed as he walked towards us, and not at all worried. He smiled through his reddish-brown mustache, and though I had too much dirt and blood in my eyes to see sharply, I thought for a slight moment he winked at me. In short, he was a kind of fool who had no sense that he was walking into the standoff of 2 amateur armies. He approached and placed a meaty paw on a guard's shoulder. "Well now, what's this, my good man? Do we have guests?" The guard kept his eyes on the sword-wielding mob, but answered, "Mika mech bechern sangt benzinen." The merchant looked at me, then at the monks, then laughed and said, "Excuse us." He spoke with the guards in their language. The monks shifted. We all took a moment to catch our breath. I could feel my wounds pumping blood out of my body in the rhythm of my heartbeats. I am not very large, you see, and only just 12 years in this life of sorrow. I wondered when I would run dry. The portly merchant looked over his shoulder during his conversation with the guards and shouted back at the camp, "Rasim! Rasim, you sleeping beauty, arise and come, come!" "Don't shout at me," hissed a new voice. A skeletal man slithered out from between several camels, where he must have been hiding. He was the opposite of a beauty. The air wheezed through his crooked teeth as he approached. "Rasim, we have guests," said the first merchant. The man, named Rasim, looked at the mob and the guards. Then he looked down at me as though I was a worm. "Don't be a fool, Samir. Let them have their prey. Night is coming." Samir smiled at the murderous faces and spoke through the side of his mustache. "Nonsense! We could do some business before we've even reached the market. They're monks. They don't want to buy anything." "Monks? Really? That's why they're dressed the same." "Nonsense," said Samir. "That just means they buy their linens in bulk, as all wise men do, and we have wondrous textiles to sell." I could hear Brother Zest clear his throat to speak, but neither merchant was listening. Rasim clicked his tongue again. He whispered so that only Samir and I could hear. "You cheat them and they'll curse us." "Who's cheating?" said Samir. "I'm offended, Rasim." He raised his voice and puffed his chest and spoke so everyone could hear him. "I am famous from the courts of Schengen to the Caliphate of Baghdad for my honesty. They speak of my bargains among the tongueless island tribes. They click about me like you do, Rasim. They'll curse us. You'll see." Rasim attempted a snort, but the dust in the air made him cough. Samir patted him on the back, jostling more dust from his clothes as he knocked the smaller man about. Samir held up a finger at the monks to remain patient. "Stop it," said Rasim. "I'm not a child. Go ahead, burp. It'll make you feel better." Rasim wrestled himself free of the friendly beating and straightened his tunic. It seemed so obvious that Rasim hated him. I thought maybe Samir lived in a world of his own making, as children do, children younger than me. Samir sighed with great satisfaction. "There," he said, turning to the mob. "Excuse us, honorable friends and servants of the one God, whose holy name is Elohim." The monks scowled. We were not Jews, as he had assumed by calling on the name of their God. Samir stammered on. "Which is, of course, only one of the 99 names of Allah, of whom the holy prophet spoke." The men stirred. A few in the back averted their gaze. We were not Muslims either. Brother Zest's frown, as hard as a pistachio, was unmoved. Samir continued. "Blessings be to him and his followers. Though I'm not personally one, it's the Krishna for me." Still, nothing from the monks. "That is, if I were a Hindustani, which, as a Sogdian, I am not. Though I have been to the mango groves. We could use one of their monsoons in this infernal desert heat, couldn't we?" Samir chuckled, a solicitous chuckle. "They're fire worshippers, you pig-eating mongrel," hissed Rasim. "Ah, Zoroastrians," said Samir, opening his arms wide and stepping over me as if I were a puddle. His cloak was as perfumed as a harem. "The faith of my own people. Do you know Mani? No, he's doing some very interesting things on the subject of fire, but it's Zoroaster all the way for me. Nice to meet you, brothers." In fact, we were not Zoroastrians either, but this was the closest Samir was likely to get, and I don't think anyone wanted to go on with the guessing. Samir scooped up the free hand of Brother Zest and shook it vigorously with both of his. The monk dropped the rock in his other hand in order to keep his shoulder in its socket. Good fortune, said Samir, grinning with his bushy mustache. He slung an arm over the monk leader's shoulder and said, "Come with us to the cold water. You must be parched from your chasing. I am Samir, the seller of dreams. I'll pull your first drink from the well myself. What is that woebegone creature for anyhow? He certainly didn't steal anything, shoeless monkey that he is." They glanced at me. I looked down at my bleeding feet. "He is the filth of a dog," said the head monk, ripping a small tear into his sleeve to show his disgust. "A servant of the defiler, Shaitan, friend of devils and lies." I will tell you that only days before I had shined the lanterns of the temple so diligently that Brother Zest himself tousled my hair and held me to his side and said, "You are a good creature," and I had felt proud. Maybe this was all the hand of Providence, to visit humility upon me for that pride. I don't know. I see, said Samir, nodding gravely. A misguided disciple. And now that you've walloped him with this tremendous spanking, what now, friend? Could he become a slave? The head monk made his answer silence, the executioner's melody. Oh, said Samir. They walked through the caravan to the stone well. The other brothers accompanied them. One of the monks, I couldn't tell which, kicked me so that I would stand and follow. Rasim split off to whisper among the others in the caravan and settle their worries. The camel driver and the horsemen readied their herds for the night's travel. An old blacksmith struggled to hoist a small anvil onto a yak. Samir drew the bucket from the well and spirited a cup from the folds of his silk-embroidered kaftan. He presented it to the stern customer with a smile. The monk drank, and then refilled the cup for his brothers. The caravan bustled with activity as it began the next leg of its journey. I noticed that Rasim had slunk away without so much as a nod once he had seen there was no benefit for him. He must have been somewhere in the throng of horses, camels, mules, and travelers, all carrying whatever packs they could. Listen, my brother, said Samir, be sensible. The moon will be dark tonight, and you are a long way from home. How will you find your way back? The eyes of Brother Zest betrayed a subtle acknowledgment of this worry. I saw it because I knew him. Samir, the seller of dreams, I realized, could read such cryptic tablets of the inner mind as a false prophet could read tea leaves or knuckle bones. Samir seized his opportunity. Like any shepherd, you must lead the fellows back, yes? The night is a deadly cold blanket for lost travelers, my glorious archmonk. The last of the caravan jostled past, revealing the stiff, blind donkey I had seen earlier sleeping beside Samir, and a pack mule loitering nearby. Samir quickened his speech. But I am your humble servant, honorable sir, and though my poverty is my shame, for a fellow Zoroastrian, I could part with several torches to light your path, a water-skin to slake your thirst, some dried figs, a few handfuls of gooseberries. You must be peckish from all that shouting, and several metalwork knives, plus a belt to hang them on, that I have just procured from the new blacksmith in our caravan. He's very good, and the next time you have a child who needs killing, you won't need to run around looking for sharp rocks. The arch-monk nodded with appreciation for the practicality of Samir's argument. This, my brother, I would give to you, as I would put my own head into the sand if you needed a rock to sit on. Samir paused. I have been to markets to run errands for the brothers, so I know that this was the customary moment for the monk to present his own courtesies, to insist on paying a fair price, a better than fair price. Instead, Brother Zest seemed to be counting the men with him, to better inform Samir of the right number of free things to give them. Samir interrupted his own pause. But you see, I would have barely anything left to sell. Of course, I know that you would suffer such loss for me, if circumstances were reversed. Of course. 10 torches, please, said the archmonk, and the brothers prefer goji berries, if you have them, instead of gooseberries. Of course, said Samir. Were that my heart was a goji berry, I would pluck it and give it to them as well. It's the gooseberry seeds they get in our teeth. A fate I wouldn't wish on Judas himself. Who's Judas? On Shaitan himself, said Samir. He trotted over to his pack mule and prepared the bundle of goods. The caravan was marching farther and farther away. I watched him closely. He was my only hope. He leaned over and whispered to the sad donkey as if it were a trusted friend. He fed it and the pack mule a handful of berries each. When he returned with the bundle, Samir bowed and put his hand on my head. It is settled, my honorable monk. I bless you on your journey home, and I assure you I will give such prodigious punishings to this shoeless monkey that this wrong-headedness will be knocked into right-headedness." The monks chattered their displeasure. "That was not the bargain," said the archmonk. He grabbed a clump of my hair and pulled my head out from under Samir's hand. "Be sensible now," said Samir. "A bundle to survive on from an impoverished merchant for nothing in return? The boy is dead to you. That is nothing. I give you 6 rare treasures." Samir lifted his eyes to heaven. "Help me, Lord, with brothers like these you've given me. They say dog filth is too much to give." All right, said the archmonk. "A slave is worth 120 drachms. Give us the difference." Samir's bushy mustache jiggled, hiding a grin. "Very good," he said, "very good. The 6 rare treasures would be easier to value as 6 bolts of silk, which are also rare treasures, and which would cost 75 drachms in Turfan, since, as you know, they would travel from Schengen to the Far East, raising their price." I watched Brother Zest strain to follow Samir into this maze of thoughts. Samir continued, "But as I am a scholar of such things, I can tell you the news from Schengen. A treacherous niece of the Chinese emperor was betrothed to an ambitious governor of Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ. She knew him to be a boorish man, this new husband of hers, and she hated her uncle for forcing the marriage. And so, as she left her home city, the niece smuggled the secret treasure of China, the silkworms, in her headdress. She would civilize the governor, she thought, and she had a huge headdress. The little lady was mostly headdress. Well, you can see where this led very quickly," said Samir. The monks made non-committal gestures. "Go on," said the archmonk. "Well, she presented the silkworms to her warlord husband and offered to show him the unknown techniques for silk making in exchange for her own private garden, a key and a promise that he would never visit her. He agreed, and a black market emerged in Cᴏᴍᴇ for silk, driving down the price for it overall. The emperor was enraged and nearly sacked Cᴏᴍᴇ. He placed a 12% tariff on silk and named it after his niece, so merchants would spit at the mention of her name. In the meanwhile, several poorly timed garden fires depleted the emperor's bounty of silkworms, all the more creating a scarcity. And so now, Turfan is aching for scraps of silk as slender as a handkerchief." "I see," said the monk. "To this day I could not tell you how much of that story is true." Samir went on. "So 6 bolts of silk at twice the price, plus the tariff, but minus my bargain to you as a Zoroastrian, would be 147 drachmas. The archmonk tore another portion of his sleeve. No, he said. He shoved the cup back at Samir's belly. "Easy, friend, easy," said Samir. 27 drachmas is a lot to owe, I understand. I say you give my boy a pair of shoes, an old robe, and your new water skin, and the rest will settle later." The monk took a moment to consider. "I am no Arabian scholar, though I can read and write and count imaginary sums. Yet I knew there was something intentionally blurry about Samir's logic, and I could tell Brother Zest had no intention of honoring the debt if ever they met again. As suddenly as the sun disappeared behind the western dunes, the face of the mountain darkened, and a chill wind swept into the valley. The sand scraped at our faces. I winced at the cold. My bleeding limbs were stiffening. Finally, Brother Zest nodded. A novice in the back of the mob, Akbar, who slept in the same stables as me, removed his sandals and threw them at my head. Then he took off his outer robe and hurled that over as well. Brother Zest reached into the bundle and handed the water skin back to Samir. "Good fortune," said Samir, the seller of dreams. The archmonk grunted. He looked at me one last time. I would have apologized, but it wouldn't have helped. I had been a homeless orphan when the monks had taken me into the temple, and though you've only heard of them beating me to death, they were kind to me once, and fed me. Brother Fʀɪᴇᴅs taught me. I wasn't always dog filth, at least not to him. Brother Zest spat on my head. The rest spat on the ground, except Brother Fʀɪᴅs, who was the only one I watched. He mumbled something to himself. I was disowned. The monks turned and walked away. Samir sighed. I looked at him. He was smiling a self-satisfied smile, as if he had been useful to God. I can tell you now that this was my first meeting of Samir, who called himself the Seller of Dreams. But I came to know him as an unserious man, a liar and a thief. That is why I killed him. Chapter 2. Monkey, Donkey, Master, Mule. At first we ran through the poplar grove to catch up to the caravan on the far side. Samir chugged and waddled. I was still dizzy from bleeding and tired from all that previous running. The pack mule trudged under the weight of a dozen bundles of wool, while Samir's ancient donkey had no run to speak of. When Samir looked back and saw the donkey, the pack mule, and me lagging behind, he slowed to a walk. He made a show of observing me, as if he were examining a horse. I ignored him. In all honesty, I don't know why I didn't just run away. I think maybe I was still scared that the brothers would find me, and there was nothing out there other than the temple and Turfan, which was the direction the caravan was already going. I had nowhere else to run. I had no food, no protection. Maybe I just wanted to huddle next to the animals. Whatever the reason, I followed. "Let's see," said Samir, still panting. "You've got the copper complexion of a Turkoman, if it wasn't covered in dirt, and the brown curls of a Greek, if they weren't matted down with blood." I shrugged. I didn't know what I was. He went on. "You're not yet a man, maybe 12 years, but you did not cry. I'll give you that." "I cried," I said. "Yes, but not blubbering the way a child does." I blubbered. "All right, but you're making my trade look bad, so we'll say you were courageous." I didn't say anything, but I was determined that I wouldn't lie, even if he beat me for it. He put his hand on my shoulder, on a cut I hadn't even noticed yet. I winced, and he pulled away. "So then," he said, "you heard the bargain I've struck." I nodded. "Thank you." I wasn't happy with him, but he had saved me after all. "No need to thank me," said Samir. "You're my monk now. Rostmen will need much tending." He petted the donkey, and I put the name to the creature. "My name is Omar," I said. "At least, that is what the old widow called me after she found me and before she died, leaving me with the brothers." Samir clicked his tongue. "That sounds vaguely religious," he said. "I'll call you Monkey. For 6 bolts of silk I should name you the monkey who is not gold, but should be gold. For that is how much Samir, the Seller of Dreams, a man who has never made a bad bargain, paid for him. But that is obviously false advertising." "Because you didn't pay 6 bolts for me," I said. "Because by the look of you, even if you were gold, you wouldn't weigh enough, you scraggly thing." My back straightened under the insult. Then I spoke most unwisely. "Oh, well, if you were made of gold, it would be so much gold that I would be the capital king of Baghdad." I snapped my mouth shut and braced for him to strike me. He stared at me as he reached into the pack mule's saddlebag. I thought maybe for a knife. Then he tilted his head back and laughed. "I like you, little monkey. What dreams you've got." He pulled a water skin from the saddlebag and tossed it to me. It hit my chest and knocked me back a few paces. "Drink it up," said Samir. "We'll refill on the other side." I placed the nozzle to my cracked lips and gulped the sweetest water I have ever tasted. As I drank, he mused while tugging on his mustache. "If I did trade this enormous belly for gold, it'd be the merchant's crown, wouldn't it?" I didn't know it then, but the merchant's crown was all Samir, the Seller of Dreams, ever thought about. I will tell you what it is now so that my story will be as clear as possible. But you should imagine that I learned of it in the weeks and months that came later as I discovered more about my new master, losing respect with each new discovery. The merchant's crown was greed dressed up as poetry. Around the caravan campfires, merchants would brag with stories of the trades where they got the most and gave the least. Say, for example, 3 hardy camels for a dozen nervous yaks with a secret fear of heights. This would be a trade up. And somewhere, at the end of a long list of uneven swaps, they imagined the wealth of kings, the perfect trade. None of the merchants had ever seen it themselves, of course, but they had heard in their travels of some far-off legend. These liars worshipped a trickster god. They laughed about clever villains trading magic socks to kings for their crowns, or painting an elephant gold to give in exchange for the hand of a princess. The merchant's crown, you can see, is the glory of a fading world. That was what Samir, the seller of dreams, dreamed of. He was the seller of a fool's religion, and no one will miss him. The caravan was in sight on the other side of a large pool of groundwater shaded by date palms. After that, the desert began, and beyond the desert, after a few days' ride, was the garden capital of Turfan. I poured the rest of the water over my face to wash it, but there wasn't enough. I walked to the edge of the pool and knelt down with a groan. I tried, once again, to reason with him, to claim back my freedom from the bargain Samir had struck without my permission. But I was new to such things then. I didn't know how foolish I was. I said, "Kindness should be free, shouldn't it?" "Nonsense," said Samir. "Kindness is expensive. We pay guardsmen for the kindness of protecting the caravan." "But the monks were killing me," I said. "Did you deserve killing?" I filled the water skin in silence. The water bubbled at the mouth as if laughing at me. "Very well," said Samir. "If protection is free, then please protect me from my debt, which I owe because I bought a silly servant." I rolled my eyes, then winced for having disturbed my bruises. I handed the water skin back to Samir and said, "That makes no sense." "Plenty of sense. By God, plenty of sense," said Samir, grabbing the straps of Rostman's harness and the pack mule's lead to guide them across the desert pool. "Your protection should be free, you say, but my debt is not free. Therefore you are my monkey. Now pray there are no crocodiles in the water." Suddenly he grabbed me up and tossed me into the pool. I screamed, "Aie!" and was cut short by the splash. Cool water stung the gashes on my back from the myrtle branch and the cuts on my scalp from the stones. Under the water I closed my eyes, tucked my legs, and held my knees in a tight ball. I wanted to stay there, in the darkness. It was peaceful and quiet. I was alone. I said goodbye to my life in the temple and to the people of the village that I had visited when the brothers didn't know what to do with me. The tanner who had given me work for a few weeks. The greengrocer's wife who had let me sleep on her roof next to a mat of drying fruit. I even said goodbye to the almond tree where I pretended my parents were buried. That's where the old widow had found me as a toddler. She would joke that she had plucked me like a sweet fruit and kissed my cheeks. She was the only person I could remember who kissed me, and I missed her most of all. I don't even know how I ended up in the tree. I was too little. I said goodbye to the widow's unmarked stone where she was buried after she died, and where I stayed until the gravediggers found me and carried me to the temple. It was easy to say goodbye to the monks in general, but not to Brother Furs, who made me a novice and taught me to read and write. I said goodbye to my old name and to everything else, but I did not say goodbye to God. Even though the monks called me an unclean pig of a dog and though my new master was clearly a blasphemer, and though I did not like any of the lives I had been given, I prayed that someday I could pay back Samir, the seller of dreams, and purchase my freedom. With my freedom, I would go and find someone to love with all my heart, and that someone would be like a mother or a father, or if I was so old by then, a wife. I would tell her, before we were married, that I would be the first to die. This would be a condition of our love. I would die first, and so I would never be alone again for as long as I lived. At that time I was certain I could walk the upright path to my destination. It was a childish thing to think. The night was as black as a beggar's toenail, the water even more so. Neither abyss seemed friendly to orphans. I allowed myself 2 sobs and some tears. Then I stood up, intent on winning my freedom. Samir was already out of the pool on the far side with the 2 animals. I shivered. "Clean the wounds," said Samir over his shoulder. "I've got a dry blanket you can wear." Chapter 3. The Expensive Nature of Love. This is what I found out. The body of the caravan was 40 tarpan horses, 20 camels, and 20 pack mules, all carrying goods first to Turfan, in westernmost China, then to Kashgar. As you know, this is the dangerous leg of the journey that went through the Tamar Desert. They had assembled some place near the Mule Pass with goods from farther east. This is where they came across the temple and found me in the middle of my situation. Once they reached Turfan, they would triple in size. Goods, pack animals, traders, and caravaneers, in order to make the trek to Kashgar across those haunted sands. From there, the caravan would break apart. Samir would go on to Samarkand. That was his big plan. From Turfan to Samarkand, capital to capital. Most would trade for Western goods at a nice profit and turn back to Kashgar. But Samir wanted his big score. Either way, it was all just back and forth, selling Eastern goods in the West and Western goods in the East, trading up, and eventually dying rich or on the side of the road. A merchant's life. The animals were flanked by 30 drivers, plus a dozen guardsmen who protected against bandits, settled arguments, and arranged for lodging. Rasim sat on his camel and led the march. Mountainous piles of cages wobbled on the camels behind him. Birds of every jungle from the Yangtze to the Ganges squawked as the camels swayed. Samir called them his Tower of Babel, but it was also clear that they were costly merchandise. Rasim would make good business of his birds when he reached Kashgar. A blacksmith had recently attached himself to the collection of merchants, as had a few pilgrims to Mecca. A young jeweler, only twice my age, had the latest cargo, but the heaviest concerns for theft. The short, hairy furrier was most comfortable in the cold nights under his tiger hide and fox furs as we shivered, but he passed out a lot during the day, sweating under the heat of his natural pelt. The spice merchant could be located at any time by the sound of his sneezing. His elderly mother rode with him, and everyone went to her for herbal poultices, headache remedies, and love advice. These were the people I came to know as a loose tribe, even though dozens more arrived at Turfan. We were like a roving village. All Samir owned was a pack mule, a pile of mottled wool, a few coins, the near-dead donkey Rostman, and now me, a pet monkey. But he had an arrangement with the herders, so we each rode a horse we didn't own. I wrapped myself in the dry blanket and fought to stay awake. My legs weren't long enough to straddle the horse firmly, so I eventually lay on my stomach with my limbs dangling. My eyes were swollen from the beatings and the crying. The only light was the guards' torches. I was nearly unconscious, and all I could hear was the non-stop jabber of Samir, entertaining the men around him. When Rasim's birds made a noise, Samir shouted, "Rasim! Hey, Rasim! Is that you? Are you cooing so that someone will snuggle you?" The guards chuckled. Rasim shouted back, "Your ears are worse than your diseased donkey, Samir." Samir found the water skin and took a long drink, after which he exhaled with satisfaction. "Why would you call Rostman diseased?" he said. "What has he done to you, besides kick that one time and eating your apple? He's a champion among donkeys." The ragged creature lurched nearby, resigned to the flies buzzing around him. "He bit me once too. See? He has good taste, but I'll never sell him, if that's what you're getting at." "I don't want him," spat Rasim. "You're driving down his price, but what you don't know, my dear leprous friend Rasim, is that he is worth more than all the gems in Sğʁ magic carpet, and he's twice as fast as a mode of travel." "Bah! He's nearly dead of old age. You can't even ride him. His back is bent so low." "I would never ride such a magnificent creature. Would you ride one of your squawking cockatiels?" "You can't ride a cockatiel," said Rasim. "Exactly," said Samir. He took another drink and slurped the remains from his thick mustache. "For a champion donkey, you must make a champion offer." Rasim scoffed. 7,000 strings of copper," he said, "and all the charms of Xanadu." "Never! Let's forget it. It is improper. Improper! Rostman is too precious to me." "That's because he's your only friend." "Don't be jealous, Rasim. Your birds will come around." They bickered as I wandered in and out of consciousness. Samir spoke to no one and everyone at the same time. I got the feeling that people liked his stories. The furrier and the jeweler rode close to listen and pass time. Rasim returned to the company of his birds. I tried to rest, but Samir, the seller of dreams, was a relentless stream of sound. Rasim's jab at his donkey had set him on a mission to avenge his pet's reputation. "How could anyone besmirch you, Rostman, you mighty steed? You who've traveled from the stones of the Druids to the domes of Kublai Khan. Tell them of your exploits. Go ahead, tell them all the merchants' crowns we've won and lost." Samir spoke to the donkey with perfect confidence that it would speak back. I marveled at how convinced he seemed. He pretended to be in conversation, while the donkey on weary feet seemed completely oblivious. He bragged of almost selling a pork bun to the Mohammedan Caliph of Baghdad. A merchant's crown! Surely if Rostman hadn't eaten it first! He wove in and out of stories all night, and returned always to cajoling Rostam to speak. He claimed he had worshipped the god with 99 names, and the 99 gods with one. He claimed he was once a wealthy son of a Khan who purchased dreams. That's how come he had so many to sell. He claimed he once snuck past the angel of heaven and his sword of flame into the Garden of Eden and plucked a bushel of the sinner's fruit. I gave this to a crone of Ishveshan, who made it a forbidden jam. And that, said Samir, is how Rostman learned to speak the tongues of men, though he refuses to stoop so low. At the time I shook him. I said, "Tell me, Rostman, tell me, now that you have eaten the knowledge of the Most High, the holy fruit preserves, tell me what is good and true." I pleaded, but Rostman had become a donkey of divine providence, a wise ass of the first order. He could only shake his head at the state of this broken world and flick his tail once for yes, twice for no, and 3 times, for it is difficult to tell, check again at another time. As the night wore on, I heard the men passing bits of copper to Samir in order to ask Rostman's hindquarters the questions of their deepest desires. To me, Samir was an improper man. He mistreated the sacred stories and dealt them as carelessly as a gambler deals cards. But those cards are the gambler's fate, and Samir's stories were his downfall as well. This I came to realize later when I heard how many people wanted him dead. I must have fallen asleep. I dreamed lonely dreams that I will not share. I woke up. I heard clanging metal drums and the burble of a ram's horn. It was the signal that we would stop there. It was early morning. When I opened my eyes, all I could see was a scorpion devouring a lizard it had paralyzed with the venom of its tail. I wrenched backward and fell from my mount on the opposite side. It wasn't landing on my back that knocked the air out of me. It was the reopening of my cuts. I wheezed for air. My chest ached where it had rested on the fleshy ridge of the tarpon horse's mane. The drums and the horn finally stopped. The clamor echoed and flew off. The guardsmen barked orders. Everyone dismounted to rest and to wait out the heat of the day. I was not a caravaneer at that time, and so I had slept through the night like a baby. The camp was set around the last well of the road to Turfan. A couple of shabby myrtles dotted the area. Another caravan had converged on the last watering hole before the city walls, a half-night's march away. The desert roads met here, and the guardsmen of the two caravans negotiated a temporary arrangement. Soon the merchants would mingle, then trade, and then accuse one another of cheating. In the heat of the day, games like gamblers' chess and throwing bones would create new arguments. Servants with shifty eyes would sneak around the packs of merchandise like carrion birds. But I didn't know that at the time. At the time, I watched the crowds of people scrambling to place their mats next to rocky outcrops that would offer the most shade as the sun rose. The overheated furrier rushed to erect a lean-to out of walking sticks and an antelope hide, fanning himself with one hand the entire time. I arched my back and winced. My robes had sealed themselves around my scabs. I stood and led my horse back to its herd. All around me the mules brayed to be free of their heavy packs. The camels made loud chomping sounds because they were camels, and camels make loud chomping noises all the time. I wondered if I could sneak away in all the hubbub and steal my freedom. But I was farther from my village than I had ever been. I was lost, and I was already hungry. Besides, stealing is wrong. Any monk of any religion knows that. And even though I was unfairly called a monkey, I know that monkeys steal, and monks do not. So which was I then? I spotted Samir in the crowd, hassling an Uzbek merchant with a scraggly beard that looked like the roots of a turnip. The Uzbek stood with his arms crossed, but with curious and wandering eyes. Even I could tell the man was new to his profession. He hadn't even unburdened his mules at the first opportunity. Samir said, "All right, my brother, you drive a hard bargain, but I am still a sensible man. I'll buy this glorious rug, but throw in that diseased kingfisher bird, and I'll forgive you for cheating a fellow Christian out of his money." The merchant smiled and shook Samir's hand. Samir laughed and pulled him into a bear hug. After the merchant left, I watched Samir throw the rug on the ground in front of Rostman. The donkey stepped onto it and began a complex wobbling maneuver to lower himself. Then Samir looked at me and said, "Ah, my pet monkey awakes! How are you feeling, little monkey?" I stood beside the horses and wouldn't come closer, even as he waved me over. You have to understand, I didn't know this man. I am no Rostman, the actual hero of legend, not the decrepit monkey. I am no you the Great. I couldn't defend myself even against a portly old huckster like Samir. I didn't know how he would treat me, and even though I had nowhere to go and no one else, I preferred to stay out of his reach. "Are you hungry?" he asked from an awkward distance away. I nodded, but didn't speak. Obviously, he was trying to make me behave like an animal, inching closer to some morsel of food in his hand. "Good," said Samir. "So am I. Why don't you go out and see what you can find for us?" I didn't understand. "You can do it. Hup, hup, little monkey," said Samir. "I don't have any money," I said. "Who said anything about money? You've got wits, don't you? You've got charm and those sad brown eyes like a kicked lamb. You've got 2 good arms to work for a meal, or you could pay with tales of adventure. Who knows what might arise? Certainly you don't, so why not wander around a bit and meet some people? Find some opportunities. Make friends. We all need friends in this world, monkey, and you seem like you have none. Go, and for goodness sake, come back with some cheese or walnuts or something." Samir turned his attention to the kingfisher he had just acquired, which seemed to be asleep. He lifted the bamboo cage up to his face and peered at it for a second. Then he screamed a long and continuous note in the bird's face. The startled bird tumbled from its perch, let loose a shrill whistle, and flapped its wings in panic. Samir gave the cage a hearty shake. The space inside the cage became a blur of bulging bird eyes, a cloud of thatching hay, and a pair of blue and orange wings battered the walls in every direction with a hysterical thwop, thwop, thwop. When the bird was nearly dead of the sudden shock, Samir reached in with his fleshy paw and grabbed it. He put the cage down and held the kingfisher to his chest, murmuring a soft apology to the frightened bird. He did not seem interested in trading his purchase with Racine, who had set up his tent nearby. Once the bird had regained its wits, Samir kissed it on the head and said, There, I'm sorry, my friend. I am a soft creature in a hard world, like you. But if you'll forgive me, I will trade you that awful moment for your freedom." He threw the bird into the air and watched it fly. Racine clicked his tongue in disapproval. From the cage, Samir retrieved 3 orange and blue kingfisher feathers. Those he hid inside his embroidered crafton. I watched and had no idea what he was up to. I wished I could return to my village, where I had chores of my own and knew how to earn a bowl from the goatherd's stew-pot. But I decided to leave before Samir turned his attention to me again. I tucked my hands into the sleeves of my robe and wandered among the tents, the animal drivers, and the fire pit, where a cook tended a thin cauldron of lentils and greens. I hovered by the food, hoping to make myself useful and deserving. When the cook looked up and saw me, I licked my lips so he'd know I was hungry. He only grunted and looked away. I didn't have Samir's shameless approach of inviting myself into the lives of others. I just walked off. My stomach felt like a cave that made unrecognizable noises when you listened at its mouth. I walked until I heard a gruff shout, "Hey, monk!" I swiveled in every direction, but didn't recognize the source. "Yeah, you! Come here!" I turned all the way around again, and this time saw a shirtless old man standing in the entryway of a large yurt. He was my height, with muscles like old wet ropes. His head was bald, but not smooth, like an apricot. His white beard was long and braided with iron rings. His pants were held up by 2 leather thongs that strung over his shoulders. The blacksmith of our village was a giant, bear-like man who laughed and sometimes went to the market with his wife, sitting on his right shoulder. This blacksmith looked like an evil gnome. "All right, you've looked," he said. "Now come here, like I asked." I realized I'd been staring. I approached slowly. "You look useless," said the old man, shielding his eyes to look at me. "Oh?" I said. "And that's before they stoned you half to death." I had hoped the entire caravan wasn't aware of the beating. I felt hot and uncomfortable as he looked at me. "Oh," I said again. "Can you hold things?" "Hold things?" I asked. "Yeah. Can you keep something in one place without getting distracted or squirming around or picking your nose? Are you capable of focusing for more than 10 seconds? Yes, I interrupted because he was making me sound like a baby. I wanted to explain that I had been in charge of cleaning out all the bird cages and animal stalls back in the temple, and I had been an apprentice tanner a few weeks out of the year. I wasn't some useless thing, but the old man turned and walked into the yurt. The felt curtains unrolled over the entrance. I wondered if I was supposed to follow, and if I was I supposed to negotiate for food or money? I didn't even know what he wanted. I looked around the camp. Plenty of men here in hearing distance in case I needed to shriek for help. I decided that if Samir could enter every place without an invitation, the least I could do was accept one. Anyway, it seemed like an invitation. I pulled the curtain aside and ducked into the yurt. Inside was a thick, ashy haze. It felt like walking into a storm cloud. I coughed into my fist, but that only caused more grit to invade my throat. My eyes burned. Just as I was about to turn and run out, a hand grabbed my wrist and pulled me to the center of the tent. When I opened my eyes, I realized that I was standing closer to a girl than I'd ever stood before, and that included the old widow in my village. We were almost nose to nose. Hers was the most elegant porcelain thing I had ever seen. Under it were lips. Above it were eyes. Her face seemed to float in a cloud of unknowing. I am still in that yurt, any time I sleep, all this time later. Smoke was heavy in the air, but I no longer noticed. Her hair was brown, cut short and held back with a sash the color of jade. She was fair, like the Armenians, with blue eyes. Her hand had been rough with calluses around my wrist, and she wore the clothing of a man. And then, from somewhere in the cloud, I heard the old blacksmith's voice. "Gotta make a hole for this smoke. Hold the pikes up while I tie them to the post." I looked around for the pikes, but had no luck. "Quickly," said the smith. "Mara, help him." The girl smiled at my discomfort. She reached into the smoke and brought back a pike, the top of which had been looped into the yurt near the central post. I noticed several other pikes, designed to stake into the dirt around the middle pillar, creating a hole at the top for smoke to escape. "Why didn't you do this before you started the fire?" I asked. Mara curled her lips and nodded, as though she'd said the same thing before. "Because," said Smithy, "the kiln takes forever to heat up, and that other caravan needs 40 buckles in one night, and because I don't stand around telling you that you're monking wrong, do I? Just do what I asked." As Mara held the main post with both hands, I positioned the pikes, and Smithy hammered them into the ground. The smoke began to funnel out. "I'm not really a monk," I said. I didn't want Mara to think that I was a fraud like Samir. She didn't seem to care either way. She must have been a few years older than me. The way she looked at me, it was like she thought I was a charming pet. And even though she was shorter by an inch, she seemed to be condescending upward. "You wear monk robes. You're a monk," said Smithy. "Well, yes, okay. I got it from the monks," I said. Smithy stuck his bald head through the smoke and said, "He stole robes from monks." He pointed to his own eye as he said it, to let Mara know that this was the reason I had bruises all over my face. Mara nodded to confirm, and Smithy returned into the cloud to hammer in the last pike. "That's not what happened," I said. "I meant Samir asked for the robe, and they let me have it." "That's what I said. That really let you have it," said Smithy. "No, never mind," I said. As the space cleared, I surveyed the smith's yurt. Instead of a furnace like the one our village blacksmith had, this one had a kiln, precariously arranged on 4 metal plates. One pair of tongs held a rod of iron in the fire. Another one next to it held a leg of lamb. Mara examined the kiln and placed the nozzle of a bellow into the back. She pressed down on the handle to compress the chamber, which pumped air into the kiln. The fire surged with new life. Embers swirled into the air. Smithy turned the iron rod over. "Feel free to pray, fire worshipper," said Smithy. "Just don't jostle the lamb. It'll lose all its juicy bits." I crossed my arms. We weren't really Zoroastrians, but we were similar enough that it was useless trying to explain the difference to people like Smithy. Either way, I wasn't going to kneel in front of a shabby kiln if that's what they were thinking. I studied Mara to know if she was making fun of me too. She seemed to understand the fire better than the old man. She looked up and caught me staring at her. I quickly glanced away. "What was it then?" said Mara. "Why did they attack you?" She reached up to tighten her jade headband. I had never seen the bare underarms of a girl before. I averted my eyes again from such an intimate gesture. Now that I am a little older, I will tell you that even her underarms were the most beautiful underarms in all the world. And all the queens of Arabia spent their days praying that their underarms could be so, well, you get the idea. I am stalling now, as I was stalling then, to tell them the story. Finally, I said, "At the Montessori we used to have 2 phoenix birds." I kept my eyes on the embers in the kiln, which pulsed with steady breaths, like a sleeping cat. I didn't want to look at Mara. "I fed them Manjun and Lîḍᴇ. They only ever slept in the crook of the other's wings." "Real phoenix birds?" said Smithy. "Yes." "Firebirds?" said Mara. "I never saw the fire because Lîḍᴇ had fallen into a depression, and in sympathy so had Manjun. But they were real. I know it, and I could tell Manjun was afraid for Lîḍᴇ. A sadness had come over her that he couldn't fight off. I tried to sing to them, but my voice isn't very good. One day I entered the temple room where they slept and found Lîḍᴇ dead, her claws stiff around her perch. Majnun was crazed. He swayed back and forth in a rocking motion and made a whistling howl, like that last dying wheeze of a damp log in a fire. He nudged up next to her, but Lîḍᴇ didn't respond, and soon Majnun's crimson feathers rusted into an ashy maroon. The next day I found him similarly dead. I looked up from the cheap kiln. Mara stared at me in grave silence. Smithy pushed the iron rod farther below the coals and said, "The men blamed you?" "No," I said. "When the brothers buried Majnun under an almond tree, I approached my teacher and asked, 'Why do we believe in a rule of 2? Why is the world made of nothings and somethings?' This is what the brothers had taught me. Light and darkness make the world, fire and the void, life and death. To question this would have been a heresy worthy of stoning, but I had to know. I said, if the birds had such kinship that when one of them died, so did the other one, then what did the second firebird lose? Is there a third thing in this world, at least as powerful as life and death?" Smithy sighed and rolled his eyes. "I know where this is going." Mara paid no attention to him. She waved at him to hush. "What was it?" she asked. I tried to stand up straight and declare what I knew to be true, even though the last time I said it, I was kicked out of my home. "Well," I said, "I believe it was love." No one said anything for a moment. Can you imagine how angry Brother Zest became when he heard? He demanded a dualist vision. Nothing, something. 2 is 2. His whole world was black or white, and I hadn't even asked about the gray. After all, love is red. Smithy sighed once again and stroked his beard. "Love, you say?" I nodded. Mara glanced at me as she worked the bellows. Her eyes shined from the fire. "That is the stupidest idea I ever heard," said Smithy. "It was probably air." "Oh," I said. It seemed that every adult disagreed with me. I stood with my arms hanging at my sides because I no longer had any use in Smithy's yurt. I thought maybe I'd been naive to offer such a simple idea of love. Maybe the adult world hated love. Maybe it wanted all the complicated social contraptions of whatever temples and markets they'd built. Maybe they were all built in the first place to crowd out the voice of love. Fire loses air, said Smithy, lecturing as he pulled a strip of meat from the lamb shank and dipped it in yogurt. Then it dies. But why did he lose his air? I said. I wasn't going to accept his cowardly explanation in front of Mara without standing up for myself. Smithy ate the lamb and nodded in approval. He offered some to Mara, who put a hand up to decline. With his other hand he pulled out the red-hot iron and smacked it a few times with a mallet. "Who knows?" said Smith. "Why anything? Why is wind so windy? Why are astrologers right sometimes? Why is it when someone throws a rock in the air, it will land harmlessly unless they yell, 'Heads up!' in which case you look up and it hits you in the face?" I had no answer. Smithy distracted himself as he bent the iron rod with a pair of forceps. By the look on Mara's face, she had heard this speech before, but I couldn't tell if she believed it. "Accident," she said. "Exactly! Accidentalism, like Monk, is the reason accidents happen. I'm sorry you lost the birds, mistook their coincidental passing for a cosmic bond, asked a heretical question, and had stones hucked at your head. But I'm also not sorry, because there's nothing to be sorry about. I would sooner get mad at a pebble that rolls down a winding mountain trail right under my yak's hoof. The pebble could never have stopped itself." "Accidentalism," I repeated. Smithy punctuated the term by plunging the hot iron into a bucket of water. "That's how I make everything," said Smithy. He held up his creation, a metal knot. "It doesn't look like a buckle," I said. "Really?" said Smithy. He turned it over to see the underside. "You're right," he said. "Ah, well, then this will be the curly handle of a water jug." Smithy shrugged and tossed it over his shoulder into a slag pile. To me it didn't look like a jug handle either. Smithy turned his full attention to the lamb, which Mara had set on a platter of rice. I didn't have anything else to say. Even if I was wrong about love in the universe, I thought, I didn't deserve to be hit with rocks. Why didn't any of them say so? No one had said it, but I said it to myself. I didn't deserve to be hit with rocks, but maybe it didn't even matter. Whatever happened to Majnun, if we could talk the way birds do, I think he would tell us. He would say death is better than losing love. Death with love is better than life without it. And it seemed to me that even if the whole world was distracted with its accidents and lies, I wouldn't be distracted. I would discover what it meant to love. Otherwise, I would have wasted both life and death, which are neither one as important. I turned to leave. Mara said, "Wait." She stood and approached me. "I liked your story," she said, as though I might have made it up. She gave me a metal plate piled high with lamb, rice, lentils, dill, and yogurt. I could tell she gave me extra to share with Samir. She said the Sogdian blessing that the food be of good nourishment, the way an older sister might have done, and added, "I think it might have been love." "Thank you," I said as I took the plate. "Thank you. I still think so too." In fact, as I watched Mara pump the bellows to resurrect the coals, I was never more sure of anything in my whole life. Chapter 4. Our well-being hindered by a well-being hindered. Love is all sorts of things. I'm not trying to sell you something right now. I'm giving you this wisdom free of charge. Brotherly love, fatherly love, motherly love. I didn't have any of those at the time, so you can imagine that when I felt the loverly love for Mara, it was 10 times more potent because it was the only thing I had had for my heart to feel. It was only my first day as Samir's monkey, and I was already in love. I will tell you more about it later because this story of betrayal and sadness wouldn't make sense without it. But I also want you to know that, in my heart, This is a love story. The next night, we reached the city of Turfan, and the caravan spread itself across the markets to fill their packs before the long journey across the desert. The markets were flush with spring harvests. The famous trellises of the city hung heavy with grapes. Samir, the seller of dreams, did especially well in all the commotion. He sold 2 feuding families a timeshare agreement for using the washing house on separate days. He rented rostrum to an artist on the promise that he would stand perfectly still. He bought chicken eggs, painted them with dots, and sold them to a city official as basilic eggs. With all his money, he bought a dozen bundles of tangled wool at twice the going rate from a young couple, both refugees of a border war. He threw in a few basilic eggs, which are a known charm for the blessings of many fat babies. It was my first time to see a capital city, and I spent the few moments I had to myself wandering the streets, gazing up at the grapevines overhead. Everywhere I looked, families with both parents alive had set out tables in front of their homes, selling the dried fruits that had made the city famous across the world. We would need those fruits to sustain us. 5 kinds of plump raisins, cherries, currants, figs, apricots, peaches, apples, even dried melon. It seemed all of Turfan was an orchard. Again, I will admit that I thought of running away. I could hide in the alleys and beg at first. That time of year I could even feed myself by sneaking into the orchards and gleaning whatever fruits the pickers missed. But if I was caught, I'd be punished and beaten. And even worse, I'd never see Mara again. I decided I would stay. That was the last time I thought of it. The caravan gorged itself for 2 days and grew in size to 80 camels, 50 tarpan horses, and 40 mules. New merchants, pilgrims, and messengers added themselves to our roving village. Rasim added 2 green peacocks to his nation of birds, along with a mandarin duck. Smithy seemed as if he didn't care to make a single sale. I think because his business was to shoe all the horses of the caravan itself. And Samir added to his wool supply, as well to his collection of whatever bits and bobs his endless conversations got him. We set out again in the evening, and several days passed before the next most important part of our story happened. It was midday at a caravanserai, which you would probably know as a station beside the road where caravans rest. This one wasn't very big, but it had a fresh water well, some shade, and a small market for tools and dried meats. Our caravan slept in the little shade it could find, grunting like camels with heat stroke. The beardless jeweler and the fidgety spicer had both purchased Samir's no-fail, high-potency, does-what-you-want-it-to syrup-flavored sleep syrup. Now they waited for it to kick in. The sandy wind whistled through the eyelets of the merchants' tents. Samir snored like a beast on his Persian rug, his eyes covered with his bronze shades, his mustache speckled with lentils. I lay awake. The unfamiliar noises of the caravan still picked at my nerves. Mara's eyes floated in my mind, as they had in the smoke where I first seen them. By dusk, the jeweler and the spicer had exhausted themselves, and so I was the only one to see Rasim sneaking back into the camp. This is the important part of the story that I was talking about. I thought, at first, that Rasim had simply gone off to relieve himself. I saw him approach the guard and hand him a small pouch. The guard nodded in the language of brutes, and Rasim passed. I didn't dare to move as the birdsman tiptoed around. His breath made a wheezing sound as it escaped through his craggy teeth. As he passed me, I heard him chuckling at all of us. I trembled. I didn't open my eyes until the ram's horn sounded, and Samir yawned and said, "Aha! My mustache is bearing fruit!" I immediately lifted myself onto an elbow and whispered, "I think Rasim is plotting your demise somehow." Samir plucked 2 lentils from his mustache, examined them, and said, I think so, too. He's very high-strung. He popped both lentils into his mouth and added, "Let's go find breakfast." The desert was beginning to cool. Samir poured hibiscus tea from his tin kettle into 2 cups. He traded 1 cup to the furrier for a morsel of bread and sheep's milk cheese. It was a small portion, only enough for one. I thought I would probably go hungry, but Samir's methods were never a simple trade. You see, the tea had steeped all day and was as bitter as a devil's promise. The furrier spat his first sip onto the sand. Samir apologized and bowed low and groveled. Then he traded a tablespoon of honey to sweeten the tea he had just sold for another morsel of bread and cheese, which he gave to me. Just like that, I had a breakfast. Let this be a lesson, I thought. You get what you accept from this stingy world. Samir threw in the 2nd cup of tea as a peace offering, with great apologies for his failure at brewing. "It's my thumbs," he said. "I got my father's thumbs, and he was a scribbler of incantations. To this day my thumbs make everything taste like ink. But not you, good furrier. This cheese tastes as magnificent as the sweat of your hand. I envy the mule that licks your palm." I chewed my morsel of cheese as slowly as I could and tried not to think of the furrier's sweaty palms. I prayed for nourishment and for protection from whatever trap Rasim had laid for Samir. When the 2nd horn sounded, I loaded the pack mule as Samir massaged the space between Rostam's ears. I noticed Samir feeding the old donkey the last of his breakfast. Then he surveyed my work and said, "Little monk, what monkey strength you have!" He marveled at how such a short boy could have lifted bundles of wool to the top of the pile. I'm not that short. There was a rock nearby to stand on anyway. And Samir wasn't trying to be nice, he was just distracting me while he retied the ropes to secure them in place. "And last of all," said Samir, leaning close to whisper, "we open a slit in every bundle." I stepped back. I would have torn the sleeve of my robe if I could. "That's dishonest," I said, but in my heart I was thinking far more offensive words. You should know that this was truly cheaty behavior, and if you held any sympathetic feelings for this greedy, sweaty-jowled, incompetent swindler, then abandon them here, because this wasn't just a trick. It was a stupidly obvious trick that any customer could see from a mile away. "Nonsense," said Samir. "It helps the wool breathe." He was shameless. "Sand gets in it and you'll sell it at a heavier price," I said, as if he didn't know. Samir exhaled as though he had been clubbed in the belly. His mustache straightened. I didn't know if the merchant would beat me for saying this aloud. "You've got a monkey's sense too, little monk," said Samir, gesturing with his hands, as he did whenever he spoke to crowds. "My wool is worth more—" "Why?" "Because I said so. Now let me finish. My wool is worth more, but what does a scale know about value? It just weighs everything the same. But do we value a pound of rice the same as a pound of silk? Do we buy jewels by their weight?" "Yes," I said. "They're sold by size." "All right," said Samir. "Do we buy art by the pound?" "Who buys art?" I said. "Nonsense! They buy my stories all the time." "Like the one about wool so rare that it weighs a ton?" "Maybe it's extra pure." "And drips with sand?" "Maybe their mother had a golden fleece. Who's to say?" You bought the wool in Turfin. You're the one to say." "I don't see what you're getting at," said Samir. "You fool people," I said. "I think scales fool people," said Samir, pinching his mustache. "Wait, that doesn't make any sense. All right, I fool people." I could think of nothing to say to my new master. I was just so disappointed. I think the disappointment was in myself, for thinking that Samir was simply a small-minded chatterer, but he was a thief. He was as portly as a tax collector. His every movement made a sloshy noise. Samir opened a slit in the last bundle of wool and scratched the pack mule under the chin. Under his mustache, Samir was always mouthing new words and turning phrases. When he labored to sit or stand, his accompanying grunts sounded like, "Dear God, help me." At every inconvenience, he would curse in languages I had never heard. He seemed plagued by invisible bees, I thought, prickling his fingers and nose, or the silver tongue of Sɣʈᴇ himself, or Djinns he'd surely cheated in a bargain, avenging themselves with a constant itch in his ear. In faraway Jerusalem, they would have stoned any man half as shifty and a third as blasphemous as Samir, the seller of lies. I think I have conveyed to you my feelings, but if you have not heard me, hear me now. He was no good. "Now then," said Samir, as he secured his sleeping rug on top of the bundles, "let's fool the earth out of some water." Samir's mustache tilted into a mischievous grin. "Rustam is tired," he continued, "so fool him, if you would, with a bit of salt, to drink as much as he can before we set out into the desert." Do you see what he was doing? He went on, "Of course, we hope to fool the desert with its endless hunger for good men's bones, so we'll pray the Lord can fool the devil on our behalf until we reach the garrison. Then you can fool me to run an errand, so you can visit the blacksmith's servant girl. Most likely you'll make a fool of yourself. Fool her into giving you a smile, and then if you're lucky, the fooling around really begins." I grabbed the hem of my sleeve and yanked with my other hand, but it would not rip. "Those are your clothes, monkey. Just be mad like everyone else and turn red in the face," said Samir, as he walked the animals toward the well. My outrage had already reached my ears, and all I could hear was the buzzing of my own bees. I tried once again to tear my robe, but the coarse burlap was loosely woven and gave too much slack. Even my clothes were too compromising, I thought. I trudged behind my master, devising a way to earn 6 bolts of silk to buy my freedom, and cursing Samir's mustache to become a nest of lice. My silent appeal for the Lord to take up my cause was interrupted when we approached a large crowd surrounding the well. "There!" came a shout from the mob. "There's the source of our curse!" I tightened my jaw in anticipation of another stoning. "That's him," said the voice again. "Samir, the seller of nothing but dreams." I opened my eyes. The mob had turned towards Samir. I exhaled. Rasim emerged from the crowd and continued his accusation. "Samir tricked the fire worshippers, and now they've cursed us all." The crowd of merchants, herders, and pilgrims made assorted questioning sounds. Night was approaching, and the moment to set out had already passed. Even the guardsmen had joined the mob, delaying their duty to drive the caravan on time. Samir stood back and shouted in reply, "What paltry merchandise are you selling these good people, Rasim?" Rasim pointed with a dirty fingernail and said, "Whose dog are you to speak to me this way? Look what you've done." The crowd cleared a path to show Rasim's meaning. The well was now a pile of rubble. The largest stones were gone, most likely lodged into its throat. The mouth was a mess of dirt and small rocks. It reminded me of Rasim's teeth. "Wait! It was him!" I said, pointing back at Rasim. "He destroyed the well. I saw him sneaking around." I thought Samir would take up my side, but he turned to me with a disapproving glance. "The little imp speaks," said Rasim, "and if we listen, the desert will take us. Towns will shun us. Water has become mud in our mouths. Food will become ash." "Oh, quit it," said Samir. "It's true," said Rasim. "I meant your syrupy speech. It's no good, Rasim. Leave the squawking to your birds." Rasim pulled his beard. "By my beard and your death." "That's what I mean," said Samir. "You're spouting nonsense. But on the other hand, my friend, I have a paste here that cleans teeth, and I think you should hear me out." I noticed that Samir had positioned himself between me and the distressed crowd. I could feel their gazes turning to me. Their weathered faces were confused or fearful. I could see them whispering the words, "Leave him," to one another. "Leave him for God to decide." I knew if the caravan abandoned me here in the desert, I would be a wandering animal and very soon dead. I looked around for Mara and Smithy, but I couldn't find them. I suppose I have to tell you that my faith wavered, and once again I missed the gentle hand of the old widow who had nursed me to health when I was sick, the protection of Brother Fairs, who let me read all his precious books, and even the hiding place in the uppermost branch of my almond tree. But at that moment I thought I was very much alone. I thought that even though Samir was standing in my defense, it was only because I was worth something in trade. But the crowd would insist on leaving me, and when their threats outweighed my small value, then a man like Samir would no longer stick his neck out for me. This is what happened. After several jokes at the expense of Rasim and his putrid breath, Samir turned to the crowd. "Now, as for my servant, he's part of our family now, and he is not for sale, brothers. I know you've seen him, and you're jealous, perhaps, that the quick little creature can fetch tea from 5 miles away and reach me while it's still hot. Or those songs he hums. Have you heard them? It's angelic humming, I tell you, and when we reach the garrison, I'll chase him up a date tree, and he'll throw down the ripest fruit. No sale, brothers. He's too valuable. But we can share the dates. They love me at the garrison. They'll throw in some yogurt for dipping." "They hate you at the garrison," muttered Rasim. "Nonsense," said Samir. "I told them the technique of the Romans. Do you know the phalanx? No? Well, they do, and they owe it to me." Samir steadily backed away from the crowd with the pack mule until he reached where Rostman and I stood. He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Now let's get going. Everyone share what water you have. Dates and yogurt on me when we arrive. Hup, hup. Come on. Far in the distance our riches await at Samarkand." The men were consoled with the promise of yogurt, or at least distracted enough by all of Samir's jabbering. The guardsmen blew their horns, and the caravan tottered on into a loose marching formation. We stayed at the rear, while Rasim and his towers of caged birds rode near the front. He turned several times and gave us both the evil eye, but we stayed as quiet as possible. I said, "Thank you," at one point. Samir said a rare nothing. I spent the rest of the time hoping to catch a glimpse of Mara, but never did. As the night wore on and the caravan settled into a nervous silence, my trembling changed from mortal fear to bitter cold. My teeth were clacking. Samir made me dismount the borrowed horse and walk alongside in order to warm myself. "You're too thin," he said. "I swear it was Rasim," I whispered. "Who else would it be?" said Samir. "He's never been one for family." A packed dirt road had emerged out of the desert, leading us toward the garrison. I struggled to walk in the ditch on the side of the road. "Why didn't you tell them?" I asked. Samir sat back on his horse and dragged 2 fingers over his mustache. "Because you can't disagree with a good story, little monk. No one likes a whiner." Samir arched his back and groaned with pain. He tried to straighten his posture on his mount, but his belly soon tugged him back down to a slump. The garrison was a mud-walled structure wedged between 2 rock formations, which created a natural barrier. Archers camped in caves along the rock face and shot down at anyone attempting to circle around the back of the fort. Merchants loitered outside the walls, selling the daily necessities. Vagabonds shouted at one another and rammed their pushcarts for position in the makeshift settlement. Cooks and servants of the garrison picked over the goods, demanding better prices while soldiers wandered in and out of the main gate with bored expressions, rarely stopping to look at the merchandise. The outpost wasn't very big or important. They mostly stamped the passports of travelers on their way to Kashgar and Samarkand in the west, and the city of Turfan in the east. The local magistrates had become increasingly nervous of invasion by the Seljuk Turks, or even Frankish armies all the way from the western edge of the world. But the soldiers of this garrison would never be so lucky. In fact, With the consolidation of the eastern territories under the Song Emperor, there was very little to do except wander around, practice horsemanship with the nomads in the area, and wait for caravans to bring fresh supplies and new drinking games. At daybreak, our caravan descended on the gates of the outpost. "There you have it," said Samir, in far better spirits than before. "A bazaar that appears as quickly as a mirage." He plopped off his horse. Within minutes he had spotted a young soldier parading among the new vendors with his chin in the sky. I watched as I unpacked the mule. "Look, a young Rustman walks among us," said Samir, meaning the hero of legend and not his old donkey. Or maybe not. What does it matter? "With shoulders like yours, by Allah, they're massive. You must be the heroic archer who protects this entire garrison." The young man stopped. His pride was as obvious as his nose. He didn't realize that it was the bandage on his left hand that gave him away. That's where the bowstring had snapped and punished his terrible form. It wasn't his physique, but Samir could make anyone feel smug. Samir slung his arm around the archer's shoulders and spoke privately for a moment. I could only hear portions as he made a show of pulling the soldier aside and secretly presenting the kingfisher feathers he had acquired the previous day. Taking his cue from Samir, the young archer seemed almost afraid to touch them. But what did I care? If the archer wanted to buy the feathers, it was his business. I untied the last bundle. I decided I would go and see if Smithy needed any help. As I hurried, I saw from the corner of my eye that a shadow had appeared next to me. I looked up. A lieutenant had approached, an older man, hard bitten by years in the desert, with a full beard, save for a large horizontal scar across his left cheek. The man chewed on ginger root, stared at Samir, and spat on the dirt. I wondered what he wanted from me. I said, "We have very fine wool." "Well, it's wool anyway. It could use a good shaking out, but I'm sure any reasonable offer would be considered." The lieutenant didn't stir. His eyes darted at me, then back at Samir and the archer. "Are you his kid?" said the lieutenant from the side of his mouth. "No, sir. I'm a servant." "You stole that from a monk?" The lieutenant nodded, almost imperceptibly, at my robes. "These are mine," I said. I hoped he'd take my word for it. The story was still pretty embarrassing. "Are you a scoundrel too?" "No," I said. "I'm kind of like a Zoroastrian." A burst of laughter from Samir rose over the hubbub of the marketplace. I heard him say, "Just as nice at thrice the price." He slapped the archer on the back as the young man placed the feather in the brim of his hat to see how it looked. The lieutenant spat again, his ginger chaw just missing my toes. "We know about him," he grumbled. "Samir? Is he in trouble?" I asked as calmly as I could. I pulled out the teapot, hoping to give a peace offering to the lieutenant. "He travels from village to village, cheating people. I would have just skewered the pig if he had anything worth taking." I found little to disagree with in the soldier's words. "Maybe the villages could hire you then," I said. I regretted saying it immediately. The lieutenant adjusted his weight. His sword clanged against the metal buckles of his belt. "They can't afford me," he said. We stood in silence. It was my turn to say something, but back then, I didn't even know how to talk to people who want to stand around and discuss nothing. I have seen them do it, and even though I disapproved of nearly everything Samir did, I had to admit that he was the king of this kind of small talk. I searched for something to say, and finally blurted out, "What about an assassin? Don't they kill people for money?" "What, are you kidding? They're twice as expensive as me. They kill kings," said the lieutenant. He sneered at me for not knowing the hierarchies of the world. He went on, "Who would hire one of the masters of the killing arts to put down a sleazy merchant? Can you imagine a warlord chasing a stray dog?" "Oh," I said. I poured water into the teapot. The lieutenant continued his lesson. I got the feeling he was giving me too much information, but he didn't seem to care, as if I were too helpless to do anything anyway. Assassins, the Varangian Guard, the Crusader Knights, they're the major killing lines. Villagers are too cheap or too poor to hire them. Is there such a thing as a minor killing line? I asked. Sure, said the lieutenant. He touched the scar on his cheek as though remembering the day he received it. Once again, we could hear Samir over the crowd saying, "There! You give me that bag of gunpowder and you may have this insignia for your hat. And soon the Tuk-Tuk himself will say, 'Who is this Khan in my army?' And your star will rise up." Samir made a shooting gesture. "Sure," said the lieutenant, glowering down at me. "There are minor ones. Pirates and bandits are always around. They don't have guild and can't be trusted, but they're available. A lot of innkeepers will keep a room free for a street tough in exchange for protection. I hear some merchants around here pooled their coin and hired a few deserters from the Roman Legion. Real toughies, I heard. Best in their battalion. They set out on their own after a corrupt magistrate wouldn't pay for a year's worth of work." I stopped making the tea. "Wait, what?" I said. Did he imply that there were Roman soldiers searching for us that very moment? There was nothing minor about them. "They call themselves the Rogue Legion," he said. "Real efficient killers. Not much for dramatics, but extremely well organized." "For what? Samir?" The lieutenant spat, wiped his chin with the back of his hand, and nodded his head. "To kill Samir? That man right there?" "If hell will take him," said the lieutenant. "It was nice meeting you," I said, dropping the teapot as I sprinted towards Samir. Chapter 5. A List of Killers and Reasons for Killing. All right. Everyone who has heard that an assassin was sent after me, raise your hand. Wait, there are no actual assassins, right? Only generic murder types. Good. All right, now you can raise your hands. Samir stood in the outdoor marketplace, in the shadow of the walled-off garrison, nearest to the stalls and pushcarts of his fellow carabineers. Rasim, the young jeweler, the furrier, the spicer, and his mother, the blacksmith, and Mara, all huddled around for what Samir called an emergency meeting of the tribe. The others in the caravan, the dozens of herders, the guardsmen, several pilgrims, and various other wanderers made up the rest of the crowd. A few locals straggled nearby, pretending to shop while eavesdropping. I stood behind Samir in the circle, which was difficult because he was constantly turning around to address everyone. I wish I could just hide in the back, but Samir had made a show of thanking his good and faithful monkey, who was well worth the king's ransom of 6 bolts of silk. I tried to occupy the spot in the circle that drew the least attention. "Go on," said Samir to the crowd. "Out with it! We're all family here. Raise your hand if you know of anyone trying to kill me." A dozen hands lifted into the air. I let out a yip. I had the hiccups. If I am being honest, I was thinking of how rarely servants survive the death of their masters. "Besides a casual threat," said Samir, "think specifically." Several of the hands went back down. Samir leaned toward me and whispered, "Those aren't anything to worry about. People say things they don't mean when they're haggling." I responded with a hiccup. My mind was racing back to the moment in the courtyard of the temple, when Brother Zést first picked up a rock before I took off running. I had to cradle my knees so I wouldn't jump up and run away in a panic. I tried to comfort myself with the thought that it was Samir who had saved me last time. Though he was untrustworthy in almost every respect, I knew at least that he had saved me once. That had to count for something. Samir turned back to the crowd and nodded at a straight-faced horseman who said, "I heard about the Rogue Legion and those guys in Khotan. Really hated the saddles you sold them." "They were the newest kind," said Samir, Mongols have been using them, and look how well it worked for them." "The guys said they chafed," said the horseman. "Well, that's to be expected," said Samir, moving on to the next man. The horseman spoke up, however. "They hired a berserker." "A what?" said Samir. "You know the ones," said Rasim. "The Vikings who lick insanity herbs they paste on their shields and turn into rage demons." "Oh, them," said Samir. I thought I saw a smile in Rasim's eyes. The petty man sat in a corner by himself. The others made space for the stench of his festering teeth. Another man with his hand raised said, "I heard the Persians hired one of those wandering mystic types." Several others nodded, as though they had heard similar news. "The Persians?" said Samir. "Really?" The man nodded. "You're making it up." The man shook his head. "But they love me in Persia." The man shrugged. A woman in the back said, "The Bedouin were also very upset, but they said they'd just handle it themselves." "They're like desert demons," said the boy next to her. Samir pinched his mustache. He surely hadn't expected to catch so many fish. "But I sold their chieftain's son a wedding ring," he said. "It turned his finger green," said the woman. "Then his horse died," added the boy. "What about his wife?" said Samir. "She's great," said the woman. "Had 3 babies at once, and she lived. Loves that pillow you gave her." "See?" said Samir. "Why didn't she say anything?" "She was busy," said the woman, incensed by such a stupid comment. "You ever try caring for 3 babies?" My hiccups came with increasing speed and volume. I clapped a hand over my mouth. Samir had begun to pluck hairs from his mustache with every pinch. "Anyone else?" he asked. 2 voices spoke at roughly the same time. "There's an ablutionist," said one. "From Chengdu," said the other. "I've never been to Chengdu," said Samir. "You have," said Rasim. "Oh, right, that one time," said Samir. "They say the ablutionist can poison anyone," mused Rasim. "He studied medicine in China and traveled to Egypt just to gather all the deadly plants and snake venom to make his murder potions. Maybe you should have Monkey taste all your food from now on." By this time my hiccups ran together in one long, terrified moan. We were at 5 killers so far. I spotted Mara's jade sash tied in a belt around her waist. She was watching me. I clenched my throat, but a hiccup burst through anyway. Her pity was comforting, but also embarrassing. She had a blush of ash on her cheek. "All right," said Samir. "What have we got? A Viking berserker, a rogue legion, a Persian mystic, a Bedouin clan, and a Chinese ablutionist. I know. We can hide in a cave or something." "Don't forget the Mongol gunner," said Rasim. "Nobody said anything about a gunner," said Samir. "I just did. The Khan thought your price of ivory was a little high." "How would he know the going rate of ivory?" Rasim bared his jagged smile. "And how would you know the value of white teeth?" said Samir. "Doesn't matter. But wow, a Mongol gunner, like the ones they use against cavalry? Against Rostman, my steed? Wait, doesn't matter. Also, by the way, we've been asked to leave." The crowd boiled over with displeasure. The young jeweler hugged his inventory tight to his chest and rocked back and forth. The furrier squeezed sweat from his beard. The spicer whispered the news into his mother's good ear. Even the donkey Rostman flicked his ears at the flies with a new agitation. I looked at Mara, into her eyes when I could. She sat with Smithy, resolved as all ironmongers are to the blunt hammering of fate. I leaned towards Samir and said, "What happens if they won't come with us?" "Nonsense," said Samir. "We're family." "And what happens if one of these assassins kills you?" "Don't jinx us, monkey. Assassins are the only faction not trying to kill me right now." "What will happen to me?" I'm ashamed I asked that. It was a coward's question, worrying about myself. but I guess I was a bit of a coward in that moment. You'll be transferred to Racine, and you can negotiate your cost with him, above or below the 6 bolts you owe me." I couldn't believe it. "How can Racine be your next of kin? He practically hates you." "Nonsense," said Samir. "He definitely hates me, but a caravan is family, little monk. If your family can't hate you, who can?" "That's ridiculous," I said, but my complaint was drowned out by the growing protests of the caravan. Samir raised his arms and tamped down the noise. From within the garrison, the muezzin let loose his call to prayer. The song of submission rang out over the market where the Mussulmans had already found a quiet alley and thrown down their mats for noonday prayers. Each note swept over the desert before disappearing altogether. The chant was nearly finished as Samir searched the faces of his caravan. He was about to make another speech. I watched his belly rise with a deep breath, but just as he opened his mouth, Smithy spoke for the first time. "I heard that someone hired Sid." Everyone recoiled all at once. The Muslims, the Hindus, Buddhists, Taoists, pagans, Sikhs, in my case an almost Zoroastrian, and all of the above in the case of Samir, the seller of dreams. The young jeweler fell sideways in a faint. The herdsmen all stood up, fear unmistakable in their eyes, and left. The guardsmen followed, shaking their heads. All but a few merchants abandoned Samir to the horrible news. The only sound was Rasim's low chuckle, which hissed through the cavities of his teeth and sounded to my ears like a snake whispering the dreaded name of Sid. Sid, Sid, Sid. I cried to myself. I cried because I didn't want Samir to die, if it meant I would fall into the hands of Rasim. I cried because it is terrifying to see an entire crowd of grown adults become panicked at the sound of a name. I cried because, as I said, I was a bit of a coward. But at that moment, if I am being an honest coward, I would admit that I had no idea who Sid was. I know you must be thinking that everyone knows the name of Sid. It is as common as evil. But I can only tell the tale as I lived it. I cried because everyone else was crying. What remained of Samir's family was a group so small that most caravaniers wouldn't even need to open the main gate to let it in. The jeweler, the furrier, the spicer and his mother, Smithy and Mara, Rasim and his tower of exotic birds, several attendants, Rostam, the once mighty steed and now decrepit donkey, the pack animals, myself and Samir, the seller of dreams, trudged away in the afternoon glare without so much as an hour's rest at the garrison. The guardsmen had been hired to guard our lives, so it was easy to see why they abandoned us. For them, there was no stopping Sid, so why bother? But as for the rest, I don't know why they came with us. I think because when it came down to it, they figured if Samir was killed in his sleep by a berserker or a mystic, it wasn't any of their business. The road of Cᴏᴍᴍ was better kept, and what we lost in sales at the garrison we would more than make up for at the wealthy trade center. Samir had been certain of it. I heard him speak the phrase, "first to market," several times as he practiced new arguments under his breath. He wore his bronze eye shades as he marched, probably to avoid eye contact with his fellow travelers for a while. I thank God for the increase of poplar trees dotting the land along the road. They felt like a small bit of protection. I also gave thanks for Mara, but I didn't know if this was improper, so I gave her thanks for her willingness to share a pocket of dried apricots, which she had done as I walked beside her. I added another thanks for her uncovered hair and the way she whistled to herself as she rode, and snuck in a plea that she would marry me someday. I held Rostman by his reins. After a full hour into the march, I finally asked the question, "Who's Sid?" Mara looked down from her mount. "Who's Sid?" she whispered. "Yes, that's what I asked," I said. I also asked God in that moment to disregard my previous request for marriage to such a haughty blacksmith's assistant who was always looking down at me. "Sid," she repeated as she squinted at the horizon, enjoying what meaning the name held for her and her alone. "Are you going to tell me?" I said, pulling back the cowl of my robe to look up at her. "Sid is a killer," she began, "a killer so great that the capital kings hire him to wipe nations from the earth. The major killing lines believe he is their patron god. Some people think Sid is a sickness or a foul wind that ravishes cities. Others say he is Moloch, the demon king, or Moloch's killer. No one knows." It all sounded like a fantasy, I said. "Well then, I don't believe he exists." "A lot of people don't," said Mara. "The herdsmen do, apparently, and the guardsmen too," I said. "The Assyrians call him the judgment of Sodom," said Mara. "Axians write his name on the faces of people who die suddenly, accusing him before the Lord. Tibetans won't even write his name, and they're pretty resigned to dying a few times before they draw a good card." I felt the sun burning my face and pulled the cowl of my robes back over my head. I still didn't want to believe it. The rumors were that Sid had promised to kill Samir by the time he reached Samakland. But why would people hire the minor killers, and then the greatest of them all? If Samir was a small-time crook, why hire the murder god? He must have cost a fortune. Who would be willing to pay such a price to kill a worthless old merchant? I thought all this and said, "So no one knows anything, really." Mara scoffed at the idea. She said, "They know not to stand near someone marked for Sid." I decided Mara was a know-it-all with a maddeningly adorable nose, but she was probably right with respect to one thing. Samir was a man marked for his sins against the Lord. The minor killing lines and Sid were his punishment for telling tales. I wanted to look kindly on my master. He was a pleasant, waddling man who never shouted or hit anyone. He was friendly and yet friendless. He had become an outcast from the brotherhood of merchants. But the truth is that when I looked at him, I could only see a liar who was going to get everyone murdered in the middle of nowhere. In any case, this is the part that you have been waiting for and wondering about. How is it that I came to kill my master when I am such a little thing, and we had no fewer than 7 professional murderers hunting us, some of them small, but vigorous armies like the Rogue Legion? I will answer this question specifically in my testimony here to come. But in general, you already know the answer. The answer is that we hurt our friends and lovers most. And so first, I have to tell you how Samir became my friend. But let this be a lesson. To everyone we love, we give a knife. The knife is shaped to pass through the bones of our chests, like a key in a lock. Nothing can cut our hearts so deeply. In the case of Samir, I held the knife. And in the case of myself, Mara. Chapter 6. Enter the Viking Berserker. Our miniature caravan hustled into the side gate of Korla, with apologies to the old gatekeeper, who had just settled down into a barber's chair. I tried not to laugh at the scowling man's partially shaved head. It was late evening. We would have to hurry to do a little business before dinner and nightly prayers. Unlike the makeshift market outside the walls of the garrison, the Korla Grand Bazaar was near the center of the city, a wealthy district with stone roads, street lanterns, and best of all, eager shoppers. Korla Theater had come into style in the nearby capital of Turfan, and the resulting income had brought other arts, Sognan inlay, Chinese zither players, Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ dancers. The young or stupid merchants traveling west out of Turfan all stopped at Korla's bazaar, fat with wares from the Far East, eager at their first opportunity. They sold too much for too little, since they hadn't yet traveled far enough for the goods to become exotic. I had never been to a city with walls, and I was afraid. It felt like walking into a cage. When we entered the market district, I stood and stared at the giant maze, crowded with stalls of every kind of thing people have made, unsorted and loud. The fabric quarter was a mountain of rolled Persian rugs, Turkoman towels, and Chinese silk. In the green grocery market, the stalls were overhung with date branches, cinnamon stalks, strings of dried orange peels, gunny bags of pistachios, fresh pears, pomegranates, and boxes of honeycombs. Pastry merchants nearby held trays of dough balls soaked in rose-hip syrup, and cardamom cakes served with hot tea from Yunnan. Hookah smoke hung in the bazaar like a chandelier. A chandelier is a wagon wheel hung sideways from a temple ceiling that holds 100 candles, but you may have seen one somewhere else. The smoke smelled like sweet hibiscus. At the indoor spice market, the merchants arranged open crates with colored mounds of red saffron threads, yellow turmeric, purple sumac, blue salt, black pepper, brown sugar, and green dried sage. Back then, I was like a mouse in a pantry, trying to look at every object one at a time. But now I am a bird over water who sees all the lake and fish as one wriggling mirror. A hand clapped me on the shoulder to bring me back from my stupor. It was Samir. He said, "Here, take this and stay put." Then he gave me the sack of gunpowder that he had acquired in exchange for the kingfisher feathers and walked into the spicer's district with his arms joyously spread. "Brothers," he shouted, "I have returned home from the mountain of the moon." I expected a hostile welcome from the spice merchants, who must have seen through Samir's flim-flammery. I glanced over my shoulder and searched the crowds for the rest of our caravan in case we needed to run away again. I spotted the jeweler by his gaudy hat, Mara by her jade sash, and the halted conversations of the men around her. The shape of one particular bald head looked like Smithy's, and the singular stench of Rasim's teeth, which out-wrestled all other scents in the fragrant bazaar, meant that he was nearby as well. But to my surprise, the spice merchants greeted Samir like family. They leapt around their stalls, careful not to topple the freestanding dunes of spice powders, and hugged him. They kissed each of Samir's cheeks twice and blessed his mustache. I thought Samir must have confused them somehow. How could anyone be happy to see such a trickster as Samir? As I watched the genuine affection of these merchant brothers, I wondered if I could reform a man like Samir, to make him honest. I decided to begin my work on him right then and there. First, I set down the sack of gunpowder so that I could rotate my belt around my waist. I made the extra rope hang in front, letting everyone know I was a monkish sort of person. Then I placed my hands together, allowing the wide sleeves of my robe to cover them. I had seen older monks do this in prayer. It seemed like a good way to look serious. I approached the men. I coughed to get their attention, but they must not have heard. I coughed louder. This did the trick. They turned to me, still laughing from the remains of a joke. "Actually," I said, "he did not truly visit the moon." The men blinked. It looked like I needed to clarify, so I added, "There are no mountains on the moon." "How do you know?" said one merchant, but before I could respond, Samir looked down at me and said, "Where's the sack I gave you?" I'd forgotten about the sack. I also couldn't really say how I knew there were no mountains on the moon. I could only say that Samir had claimed there were, and Samir was a liar. I ran back to the gunpowder. As I left, I heard Samir say, The sacred floating river of Lemlem hung between the mountains like a bridge, with fish every color of all your spices, darting back and forth." "That's not true," I shouted, but I was too far for them to hear. Every word out of that man's mouth was a lie, it seemed. I hoisted the sack onto my shoulder with some difficulty. It snagged on my wide sleeves. When I carried it back, Samir had already traversed Lemlem and met the naked beatsmen below the earth, who knuckled along the measureless caverns and lit their way by chewing on the very gunpowder Samir had brought with him. "Not true," I said. "We got this gunpowder from an archer at the last outpost." But no one paid attention to my correction. "It was nearly impossible to decipher their guttural language," said Samir, "since the powder banged and sparked with every syllable, and the light was too unsteady to practice the gestures I had learned from the wordless Atlians. And so there I stood before a pagan troll king, his lidless amber eyes flickering in the fireworks of his mealy maw, his wife beside him, snacking on a mossy stone." "None of this happened," I said, dropping the sack of gunpowder at Samir's feet. Samir ignored my heckling. "My mighty steed, Rustam, held fast, indifferent to all danger. Monkey was terrified, of course. He pulled at his robe sleeves and snarled at the curious troll children." "I did not," I said. Samir patted me on the head, as though to excuse my cowardice. "Brothers, I can tell you by my own mustache, and the holy beard of Moses, and his eyebrows too, that we were surely their food." "He's lying," I shouted. The merchants bit their lips at the interruption. Samir exhaled his frustration and lay his heavy palm on my head. A gentle smothering, but the truth will not be smothered. "He's right," said Samir. "I am being fanciful, brothers, for the telling's sake. We would never have been their food. Are you happy now, little monkey?" I smiled. I thought I had finally converted his rotten soul. Samir went on. "Their food was rock, as I mentioned. Soft and baggy as we are, we would have been more like waterskins to the trolls. They would have squeezed us into their mouths like cheesecloths full of yogurt and drunk us as their pagan drink." I sighed and thought my master's soul was as hollow as a worm-eaten pistachio. The spice merchants ignored all their other customers, so bespelled were they by Samir's tale. I spotted one man tucking a handful of nutmeg into his pocket, just as Samir described the climactic troll feast. "I prayed that a holy Iman would appear to save us, but they are too busy for such a fool as your brother Samir, and then I remembered—" Here Samir paused and basked in the begging gaze of his audience. The merchants all leaned forward, as though to shorten the space for the rest of the story to travel. I resigned myself to irrelevance and watched the crowded bazaar. The thief swiped a dozen vanilla pods. Samir continued. "In my travels I have seen a great many things, my brothers. A city for the dead, a university for talking animals, a court of insect law. But in that final moment, I thought of none but the spice merchants of the Grand Bazaar of Korla." The crowd erupted into cheers. Samir spoke over them, and I, in my observation of the market, spotted the Norseman as soon as he walked into the spicer's district, 5 stalls away. He stood 2 heads higher than the tallest man in the market. No one looked at him directly, but the crowd gave him all the space he needed. I have never seen a Norseman, but I had heard they have hair the color of wheat, and it was true. This one was yellow-haired, with a beard down to his chest. The beard was braided with seashells and bones. His chest was wider than a wooden casket. I guessed immediately that this was a man whose job was killing, a Viking Berserker. He wasn't a spice merchant, I can tell you that. In one hand he held a round shield. In the other hand he dragged a gigantic broad sword, nearly as tall as the Norseman himself. You must know that his sword was as wide as the oars of a boat and could cut down a galloping war horse. It looked too big and heavy, even for him to lift. He didn't wander around. With a near-sighted squint, he scanned the bazaar. I knew he was looking for Samir, who was standing next to me, continuing his story unaware. And then I remembered your spices, vast and many-flavored as they are, could be my salvation. I tugged on Samir's sleeve. We must go, I said. Samir batted my hand away. Each of the spices, dear brothers, became for us a smelling word, a sign language of the nose. Good thing I had purchased so many. The merchants nodded to one another for their noble part in the adventure, selling all those spices. I looked back at the Viking. My turning must have caught his eye, and from me he looked upward to Samir. I could see the Viking clench his jaw. Slowly the giant man lifted his shield to his mouth and licked at a green paste that lined the top of it. Once our noses had become our common tongue, I became as the great Ibn Sina, a cataloger of scents and their meanings. A flick of coriander with a punctuation of lemon oil meant, peace be upon your hairless scalps, O Troll King, protector of the underland countries and ruler of their sunless seas. Oddly, mugwort just meant mugwort. I watched the eyes of the Viking flutter backward in his head as he ingested the slime on his shield. It must have been the insanity herbs that Rasim had mentioned. The muscles in the Norseman's arm tightened as if he'd been possessed by a demon rage. I was beginning to panic. Look, please, just look, I said. Samir smacked my hand again. A pinch of clove meat. You wouldn't like the taste of monkey. His insides are too bitter with religious contempt. What? Samir finally wheeled around at me. Look, I said, nodding back toward the Norseman. Samir recognized the Berserker immediately, glanced back at me with bulging eyes, and turned to the merchants. It's nothing. He has to go to the bathroom. Anyway, we were saved and your spices are great. How about 5 bags of cherry paste and 2 bottles of raki for this bag of gunpowder given to me by the Troll King? Very rare. I picked up the sack and presented it. I smiled as big as I could. The merchants stroked their beards, considering the offer and preparing a counter-bargain. The raki was a special liquor they made from fermented fruits like plums or mulberries with spicy additives like juniper or anise that smelled, to me, like licorice and turpentine. They weren't going to give it away cheaply. I looked over my shoulder. The Berserker twitched like a lunatic as the insanity herbs overtook him. He raised his sword. I don't know, said one merchant. Maybe 1 bag of cherry paste and 1 jar of raki. Samir let out an injured moan. What have I done to your family that you treat me this way? Just take it, I hissed through my smiling teeth. No, said Samir. This is his opening offer. Obviously, his method of bargaining is to insult a dear brother. For that, I offer just half my gunpowder. A crazed war cry roared through the bazaar, and a merchant in the crowd was launched into the air. We'll take it, I said, shoving the sack of gunpowder into the merchant's hand and grabbing a single bag of cherry paste and a jar of raki. Take back some powder, insisted Samir, who seemed more upset by the uneven bargain than the maniac rushing towards us. I won't be cheated like this. I reached into the sack and grabbed a handful of gunpowder. There, I said, now run! Just as I pushed Samir toward the exit, a massive blade crashed down onto the spice merchant's stall. A pile of garlic powder exploded into the air. The bazaar erupted with shouts and coughing. Everyone rushed toward the least efficient exit. The wild Viking continued to shriek and thrash the broadsword. We stumbled through the maddened crowd. Soon we heard the rumbling of the charger behind us, plowing through frightened shoppers. I held the cherry paste and the raki in one hand, and the loose gunpowder in another. I glanced over my shoulder. Samir trundled a few steps behind me, with the berserker just a few steps behind him. "Turn!" I shouted. I wasn't sure whether Samir could hear or understand instruction as he gasped for air. With a slight nod, Samir suddenly pivoted and ran to the left. The charger continued on and smashed another stall. With his broad sword he sliced a dozen coconuts and lodged the blade in a wooden butcher's block. A crowd of rioting people had shoved itself into a standstill in front of the exit. We couldn't get out. The crowd bashed itself at the narrow exit like a mindless ocean tide. As I was getting pushed by the people behind me, I had a realization. In terms of hired killers, the berserker was most akin to a battering ram or a stampeding rhino. He was usually pointed at a castle gate or the horse-drawn carriage of a local tax collector and let loose to destroy everything in one direction. "Let me through," said Samir. "He's here for me." But no one could hear him. I grabbed Samir and said, "We can go back. We have to run in—" I couldn't think of the word zigzag, so I motioned with my hand. As the berserker ripped his sword out of the splintered wood, Samir and I scooted past him back into the heart of the Spicers district. The Norseman wailed and charged. Whenever he approached, I shouted, "Turn!" And though Samir wheezed with exhaustion, he managed to zig or zag at the last second. Each time the berserker blasted a spice cart and sent plumes of red sicon, peppercorns, yellow mustard, purple basil, blue juniper, black sesame, brown cumin, and green ginger whirling into the air. Inhaling the powders seemed to irritate the crazed Viking even more. With every crash, I gained ground while Samir lost it. I knew he would collapse soon. I stood beside the last stall and yelled at Samir to hurry. Samir's jog began to wobble. He shook his head, no, with every heave. The berserker was colored 1,000 ways with spices. He bore down on Samir with a grunt. He reminded me of the savage trolls, and this reminded me of the gunpowder in my hand. You are a shrewd individual, so you can probably guess what happened from here. And you must be thinking, how is it possible that such a spindle of a boy could find the courage to do such a thing? And you'd be right. Look at me. I don't look like a warrior. I am no warrior. Of course, I am also not what I look like, which is a novice monk. So far, all I know about myself is that I was a servant, but I am that no longer. I'm just a kid telling you about the life and death of my last master. It's a story that will hopefully satisfy you, so that you will let me go, and then I will be something, which is to say, I will be free. But right now, I am not a warrior, not a monk, not a servant, and not yet free. "Just once more!" I shouted as I ran into a market stall. I quickly poured the gunpowder into a little muslin sack that the spicers used to package their goods for customers. It made a ball of powder, the size of a lime. Samir stumbled toward me. The Viking roared behind him. In the last instant, Samir fell to the side and the Viking rushed toward me. Between us was a cart with a dozen mounds of cinnamon, cardamom, and so on and so on. You get the idea. I prayed that it would be enough to stop him. I dove to the ground and covered my head. The berserker smashed his sword into the stall with a deafening crash. All the spices blew into the air at once. I heard him scream in frustration. His sword was stuck again. As he pulled at the sword, I took my chance. I jumped out from behind the stall. He didn't see me. I ran up to him. He was squatting down to yank on his sword. He was roaring Viking curses. I shoved the little ball of gunpowder into his mouth and fell next to Samir on the floor. In his rage, he sounded like a snarling dog. I prayed again and waited for the gunpowder to grind under the berserker's clenched teeth. He pulled the sword out of the cart and turned around. Both Samir and I were in range of the heavy blade. He slowly raised the sword above his head. I closed my eyes and hoped the gunpowder was as explosive as I had been warned. Any second now, he would choose one of us to cut in half. But a muted thud interrupted his attack, like an unexpected belch. I opened my eyes. Black smoke billowed from the gap in his teeth. His eyes cleared of his frenzy, and like any gutted beast, he looked confused. The giant Norseman stiffened and fell back into the collapsed spice bin with a final wallop. Amazing stuff, this gunpowder. If you haven't seen it, you should really go to Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ for a fire show. They exploded into the air at night, wondrous to behold. Anyway, I thanked every angel in heaven and wiped the rest of the gunpowder gently from my sweaty palm. The bazaar was a shambles. Samir lay on his back, panting. A multicolored spice fog descended slowly to the ground. When the merchants returned, they would run us out of Korla. I rested while I could. After a moment, I heard Samir speak in between his panting. "Thank you, little monk. You saved us." I thought about this. It was true. In the life-saving department, we were even now. "That must be worth 6 bolts of silk," I said, savoring the purchase of my own freedom. But Samir, the seller of dreams, was a treacherous man. "Nonsense," he said as we raced through the western gate of Korla, just before it shut for the night. 6 bolts of silk? How dare you? I've already been cheated once today." "But I saved your life, just like you saved mine," I said as I struggled to pull Rostman. Rasim, Smithy, Mara, and the rest of the convoy marched behind us with all the pack animals. None of us were welcome any more in Korla, and as far as I know, we're still not. "Yes," answered Samir, sticking up a finger without looking back, "but I didn't trade a life for a life. I bought you, monkey. It's a very different thing." Can you believe such treachery? Such sleazy, deceitful, slimy, awful treachery? I have saved his miserable life, and he was slithering out of the bargain. "How?" I said. "How is it different?" It would be full dark soon. Lighting torches could arouse the notice of bandits or hired killers. We tethered ourselves together with a long rope so we wouldn't get lost in the darkness. If we stayed in Korla, the people would have reported all of us to the capital king of Turfan. The damage caused by the Viking Berserker rivaled any Turkoman raiding party. And if the king believed one of his cities had been sacked and looted, he would send an army. Or worse, he might hire a major killing line to sort it all out. We had enough killers after us already. And so we stumbled in the night without the protection of guards, forced to trust Samir's promise of a caravanserai nearby, which had gone nearly out of business. The proprietor was a dear and personal friend of Samir's, he assured us, and would have rooms to spare. Rasim had been the first to make the point that most of Samir's personal friends had decided to murder him, but Samir took the barb with no response. I had to stuff the jar of raki and the packet of cherry paste under the bundles of wool on the pack mule in order to yank on Rostman's harness with both hands. It felt like the old donkey had gone slack and left the entirety of his dead weight for me to drag. "Tell me the difference," I insisted, ahead a few paces. Samir sighed. "The difference, little monkey, is that the buyer must agree. I sold 6 bolts of silk for one nosy and constantly shrieking monkey. The price was agreed, and since I am apparently a great trainer of monkeys, my servant has performed a great service and saved my life." "Saving your life is not part of my duties," I said. "How do you know?" said Samir. "Maybe I was promised a life-saving monkey." "You weren't. Then the question is how much I'm willing to pay for your life-saving service." Finally, he was making some sense. "I charge 6 bolts, I said, feeling I had cornered him, but Samir didn't respond. I squinted in the direction of my master, but I couldn't see anything. After a moment, Samir's voice returned. "No deal." "But that's the price," I said. "I'll give you half a bolt and my thanks." "You can keep your thanks," I shouted at the darkness ahead of me. "That's not fair." "All right," said Samir. "Then take it back." "I can't. I already saved your God-forsaken life." "You could kill me, I suppose," said Samir. I was tempted by this new offer. Obviously, Rosman snorted and shook his head to tell me I had been pulling too hard. I wished I had taken the Norseman's shield and could charge on a rampage of my own. "Fine," I said. 3 bolts. "Very nice. Now you're getting it," said Samir. 3 bolts, then?" I said. "Of course not, but you're learning the trade, and I'm proud of you. My offer is still half a bolt." 2 bolts, I said, "and I'll brush Rosman when we lodge." "You'll brush Rosman because you're my monkey, and I'll give you half a bolt for services rendered above and beyond those of being my monkey." 1 bolt, I said, "and I'll stop calling you a liar while you're selling, even though you're a liar." There was a silence as we struggled to mount a ridge. On the other side we saw the homely flicker of torches in the distance. I pulled up next to Samir, who had halted at the crest of the hill to wait for the others. I let Rosman's harness slacken. Even though it was night, the moon shone enough for me to see the relief on Samir's face that the inn was where it was supposed to be. A smile drew his mustache up at the corners. "Well?" I said. I was full of righteous anger for my cause. I thought killing him would have been justified for me. When he looked at me, I didn't recognize the expression on his face because no one had ever looked at me that way before. It was admiring and amused at the same time. I was confused at first and thought he was making fun of me again, but I know now, after all that has happened, that it was pride. He was proud of me. When the others approached, we began again. As Samir turned and started down the hill, he said, "Sold, at 1 bolt, 1 God-forsaken life." Chapter 7. A little sleep, a little folding of the hands to rest. I wondered if I should apologize to Samir as our weary caravan tottered toward the lights of the lost Cᴏᴍᴍᴇᴛ. From far away, I could see the carcasses of a dozen buildings were scattered around. Pillars of their old hallways jutted out of the earth like bones. I wondered if I had insulted him by comparing his life to mine. In this world of roving markets, it seemed that life was a constant trade, and everything was inspected for its value. Will this or that tool help you on your long march across a desert? No? Then it weighs too much and must be left on the side of the road. Can you sell it at the next outpost? Yes? How much? Is that enough of a trade to be worth the weight? All right, then take it along. That is the rule. Everything must have a value. Even people were priced this way. Everyone had to be of use in some way. I didn't know how to shoe a horse or cook a meal, or forage for edible plants. I couldn't protect us from bandits or sew leather into rough pouches. I had no way with animals. I was not even a good storyteller. I was an orphan. Orphans can't do anything because they haven't been taught anything. There is no one to teach them, and worse than their sadness is their uselessness. That is what I felt as I walked behind my new master. I did not know how to read and write. Brother Ferris had given me that, but out here I had yet to find a good use for it. In any case, I walked behind Samir. It was I who had been cheated, and he who had won by setting the price for saving his life at one bolt of silk. I knew this, and yet when I looked at him, a failure of a man by any measure, I thought maybe that's how little he valued himself. Maybe he wasn't cheating me or anything, but simply setting a price on each of our lives. I don't know. He loved himself and hated himself too much at the same time. We walked under a stone archway slouched on its keystone and standing by itself, without a wall on either side. The surrounding chunks of the fallen cedar beams looked like the maw of the desert, rising to swallow up the dead city, and remind me of Rasim's teeth. We approached the lonely inn as ragged ghouls shamble up to a gravekeeper's door. One part of the inn was lit. It had once been a larger establishment, a caravanserai, with stables for horses and livestock, silos for storage, and a courtyard with a washing fountain. But now it had shuttered all but the main tavern hall and several rooms for solitary vagrants. Samir rapped on the wooden door harder than he had meant to, rattling the hinges. He chuckled and glanced back at us with an awkward assurance. From inside I could hear the raspy notes of a flute. Samir knocked again, softer this time, and said, "Innkeep! Let me in, you beardless balameti! It's your old friend Samir." The door jerked open. A bearded man wearing the Muslim skull cap peered out. "What is it?" he said. "Why are you hurling curses at my door?" Samir chuckled. "You're not the innkeep here." "I am now," said the man. "But what about—" "He was my uncle. He's dead now, and you're insulting him." "We're very sorry," I said. I stepped into the light of the doorway so he would see my monkish robes and maybe take pity on us. Samir nudged me aside. "I wasn't insulting him," said Samir. "We are all worshippers of Balaam, and so we had this joke between us where we insult each other, jovially, as brothers would." The new innkeep didn't seem interested. "I am not a Balaamite," he said. Of course," said Samir. "I've converted." "And who wouldn't?" said Samir. "All those household gods. Who can keep track? Listen, we've fallen on hard times, and as I was once brotherly with your uncle, I hope that you'll find us some room for the night." "What can you pay?" said the innkeep, leaning around Samir to survey the travelers. "Ah," said Samir, "there we have the finest coin." "Gold?" said the innkeep. "Tales of adventure," said Samir. The innkeep retracted his head and began to shut the door. Samir wedged his foot in the doorway just in time and said, Wait, I'm sure we can collect some coins between us." The innkeep opened the door once again. "Although," added Samir, "I hope you've considered that we could be angels, sent by Allah to test your hospitality." The innkeep raised a bushy eyebrow. "Angels don't smell like pickles," he said. Samir shrugged. I sniffed my robe. It was a mix of dried sweat, various spices from the incident with the angry Viking, and Rostam's donkey musk. I recoiled at my own stench. Samir turned around to collect the payment. "So much for old friends," said Rasim with a foul sneer. The young jeweler hugged his wares. People always went to him first. "How about this, Rasim?" said Samir. "I will sell you that cleaning paste so that you won't have to pay anything for lodging, and we will all breathe easier every time you share with us that remarkable smile." Rasim clicked his tongue and elbowed past us into the inn. "Now then," said Samir, turning back to the others, "how many of us are there?" Both of us noticed at the same time that the Spicer and his mother were no longer with us. I imagined them slipping away in the night, returning to Korla, where they might have had relatives, or at least fellow Spicers. Maybe they had no greater place to be, except at a greater distance from a luckless caravan like ours, led by a man marked for the coming of Cid. "Oof," said Samir, as though Rustam had kicked him in the belly. I knew that if Rasim had been there, he would have said, "And so much for family," and that would have cut Samir more than anything. Everyone tied up their animals, unpacked their goods, and told the youngest of the few remaining caravanserais to sit and guard. As everyone entered the inn, I thought I would make myself useful. I nodded to the herdsman sitting guard and led Rostam and the pack mule around the back of the building. Old Rostam had no patience with company and preferred to be hitched away from the herds, so I found an iron gate near the back entrance and tied him in the mule. I wasn't eager to enter the inn, where I imagined Samir was making a fool of himself. Instead, I unloaded the bundles of wool and stacked them in a pile against the side of the building, making sure to take out the jar of raki and packet of cherry paste. They were small and could have been stolen without much effort. I hid them in a pouch I had sewn in the folds of my robe. I stayed with Rostam and the pack mule for a while. I stroked the tangled mane of the sad donkey, whose better days were long gone. Rostam was mostly blind. The commotion of the other animals made him jump with every sound, alarmed by anything in a world he didn't understand, and I whispered my words of sympathy in his ear. The old donkey had found several figs on the ground and chewed them indifferently as I petted him. I kneeled and picked one from the dirt. I blew on it and squeezed to make sure it wasn't a stone. The ripe sack burst with fleshy seeds. They must have fallen from the flat roof of the inn where they had been laid on a blanket to dry in the sun. It was lazy not to net them, to protect them from the birds at least. They had probably rolled into the rain gutter. I didn't care. I stuffed 3 figs into my mouth at once. Rostam snorted as though telling me to back off. Then I heard the real reason for Rostam's discomfort. The clip-clop sound of a horse and its rider approaching from the darkness behind the inn. I squatted down and placed myself behind Rostam. I held my breath. The rider made a click-click noise with a mouth I could not see, and the horse I could not see stopped. I squinted into the night and thought I could discern the faint silhouette of a poplar tree, where a rider might tie an animal. Rostam shuffled his weight. From just a stone's throw away, I heard the thump of a dismount, 2 feet landing on the ground. I should have pulled my cowl over my head to hide better, but I was fear-stricken. It could have been any of the professional killers after us, and I had no weapon to defend myself. Of course, I have never used a weapon anyway, so having one wouldn't have changed my fate, but it would have been comforting to squeeze something tightly, like a sword hilt, instead of squishing a handful of figs into a sloppy mush. And worse than all of that, finding myself big-handed before a killer. Worse by a large margin. Would be if the rider were Cid. At any moment, I expected an Egyptian plague, an arrow of Shiva, or a raging Jidjin, but none came. Maybe like the God of Israel, it was the sight of Cid that killed men. The name whistled in my ear. My knees shook like dainty branches. I heard the rider approach the surrounding light of the inn's back door. A whimper escaped me. Rostam scuffled his hoofs on the ground. A dread wind blew a swirl of dust. The oncoming stranger sneezed. I didn't think Cid would be the sneezy type. I mean, I'm sure he had sneezed before, but it would be a scary sneeze that blew down a house or something. This was a regular sneeze that little noses make on normal human faces. With another adorable sneeze, the rider entered the light. I exhaled. It was nothing but a vagabond dervish, here to beg and preach his vague and carefree religion. No doubt Samir would approve. The dervish wore a white shroud, covered by a black robe and a black felt cap the shape of a thimble. He walked across the small yard, past Rostman, either unaware or incurious of me hiding behind him, and opened the back door. The light of the tavern and the laughter of the men inside spilled out into the quiet night like a burst yellow fig. My legs ached from squatting. I thanked Rostman with a scratch under the jaw and walked back around to the front door so the stranger wouldn't think I'd followed him. When I entered the inn, Samir was already holding court at the center table. So the Bactrian camel jumps into the hot springs and says to the mermaid, "1 lump or 2?" The tavern burst into laughter. A giggly local patted Samir on the back and waved at the innkeep for another round of lamb stew and pear cider. Samir accepted the free meal in exchange for his tales of adventure with a gracious nod. Now, there was a merchant's crown, I thought, a full meal for nothing but a story. Rasim sat at a corner table, hunched over his bowl of stew. Nearby, Mara and Smithy kept their own company. The furrier and the jeweler sat at the next table over. The rest of the caravaneers were scattered at the tables around Samir. I wished I could join Mara, but I've been a beggar all my life, and I know the tricks. For instance, I know that the dogs nearest the kitchen always eat best. I sidled next to the innkeep, who sat on a stool with his arms crossed, overseeing the customers. He held on his lap a metal tray with a teapot, waiting for requests. I leaned back on the wall and tried to look comfortable. Another joke from Samir set off the crowd. When the innkeep glanced at me, I gave him a nod like, "Hey, friend." The innkeep responded with a grunt. I leaned in and said, "The lamb stew smells very good." A man in the back of the room played a sweeping note on his flute, and the dervish, who must have arranged for a herald, stepped out into the open. "What's this?" said Samir, yielding the stage. The rest of the men pulled back their chairs as well, giving the dervish room at the center. A deep leather drum gently joined the airy flute. The dervish shed his black robe and his hat and lifted his arms into the air. Everyone became quiet as the ceremony began, and I felt the crackling sensation behind my ears that something mystical was about to happen. The notes of the flute flitted around the tavern like a moth. The dervish closed his eyes and cupped his outstretched hands, one facing upward to receive the providence of God, and one facing down to pour it out for others, keeping nothing for himself. The dervish began to spin, slowly at first, pivoting on the balls of his feet. His felt shoes made a metallic clack on the stone floor, an unfamiliar sound to me. The drum tumbled on, and the distracted flute wandered off. The flutist put down his instrument and sang out a Sufi chant. I looked over and saw that Samir too was tearful across the room in his front row seat. Later he would describe the chant as the sad imploring wail we've all got buried in our hearts, the sound of begging someone, anyone to hear us. And he was right. That was the sound of it. The dervish sped up and took wider steps, encircling and ensorcelling his white shroud skirted around him. His straight black hair whipped around his neck. Soon the dervish released his body to the motion. His arms swung limp. His head fell sideways in a trance, and he spun and spun and spun, held up by the hand of God. The mournful chant poured in and out of me as if I had always known the notes, as though they were my very own prayers. My legs compelled me to dance and whirl along with the dervish, who seemed fully embraced by the moment. But before I could respond to it, the spinner ground his metal heel into the stone, and sparks flew into the air. I'd never seen a dervish do this before. The crowd marveled. A man in the back clapped and laughed. Rasim, in his corner, scowled at the turn toward the untraditional. The dervish spun faster and ground his heel again. The sparks flew as high as Samir's mustache. I glanced at Mara. The knowing look on her face made me wonder what was worth the knowing. And then I knew. I grabbed the innkeeper's shoulder and said, "A Persian mystic. That's a Persian mystic." The innkeep glared at me as though I were a chimp. "Yes," he said, "that's what dervishes are, and some are Turks. Now, shh." The spinner's shroud billowed the sparks. "From a killing sect," I added. This one was a killing dervish. But before I could say more, a table leg near the center of the room caught fire. So did 3 chairs. A tornadic blaze surrounded the dervish and engulfed the tavern. The cries of amazement turned into terror as everyone knocked their chairs backward and ran for an exit. I dove behind the counter, where the innkeep was already huddled. I prodded him and shouted, "Do you have a cistern? A well? Anything?" The terrified man shook his head. "No!" "A trough for horses to drink?" "I have this," said the innkeep, holding the metal tray with the teapot full of tea. The dervish grew, the pillar of fire outward, toward the corners of the room and the open windows. I couldn't see through the wall of flame to know if Samir or Mara had escaped the sudden blaze. I took a quick inventory. "I have an idea," I said, pulling the jar of reiki from the pouch sewn inside my robe. Yes, perfect," said the innkeep. "Throw it!" I unscrewed the lid and aimed at the dervish, but I stopped myself. "I have a better idea," I said. "You throw it." The innkeep groaned, annoyed that I couldn't make a simple toss. He reached for the bottle, but I pulled it back and said, "I meant I'll trade you for it, the reiki for the tray." The innkeep's eyes narrowed into razors. "It's only fair," I said. "But if you do nothing, then your master will die too," said the innkeep. "If God wills it," I said in my most solemn monkish tone. The fire raged all around us. It was so hot I was soaked already in my own sweat. At any second, the beams in the ceiling would collapse on us. The innkeep looked at me as though I were the devil. He cursed me, but I couldn't hear it over the roar of the fire. I only read his lips and the crude hand gesture that I will not describe. Finally, he shoved the tea tray into my chest and took the jar of reiki. He hurled it at the silhouette of the dervish, who danced in the heart of the flames, his arms still outstretched. When the jar hit him and shattered, his fluttering shroud soaked up the liquor, and the dervish was taken, like the enemies of Shadrach, with a sudden burst. The dervish fell to the floor. The inferno halted for a second with a sucking sound, as if an ifrit had inhaled deeply before a final explosion of flames. In the moment's pause, I scrambled to my feet and sprinted blindly toward the door, holding the tea tray up to shield my face from the heat. I fell out of the doorway just as a plume of fire surged after me. I landed in the dirt on my stomach, panting. I hoped the innkeep had retreated through the kitchen, but couldn't be sure. I was scorched and coughing from the smoke. The night had begun to fade. At first, I took the glow I felt on my cheek to be the rising sun. It was unsteady, though, and I could hear the uproar of the men outside. I wiped my eyes. The light was Samir's wool, set ablaze by the flames escaping through the tavern window. The merchants rushed to pull their own goods from the piles. Samir had nothing to do but stand with his hands on his head and chew his mustache. The bundles of wool in the back had gone up in a flash, leaving only the sand embedded in the fibers. I just lay in the dirt. My bones hurt. I could smell burnt hair, which may have been mine. Everyone was shouting something. I thought maybe this was the punishment of God for a man who sold his goods at false weight. That would make it Samir's fault for being a crook. But I also had to admit that maybe it was an accident. The wool had rested, unluckily, and because of me, near the open window of the burning building. Smithy would have insisted that it was an accident, but how could that be if I had been the reason it happened? I didn't mean to put the wool in harm's way. I had no way of knowing that a dervish would set it on fire. It was against my intention. But here we were, no wool, no one's fault, but also sort of my fault. As I lay in the dirt, coughing and wondering how I had ended up with such bad luck, I could see no difference if God punished us on purpose or by accident, the hammer or the anvil. The result was the same. I was now the servant of a destitute man. Chapter 8. Death by Dreaming. I am pausing my testimony here to say that if you're looking for a humble servant who can read and write in common Sogdian and take orders in half a dozen other languages, and who can pray for your soul and for your career, who will never steal from your house or menace your children, then you could do far worse than to look kindly on your friend, Monkey. I've matured since this part of the story and would know how to handle things. But I have nowhere to go, you see, and no food. I wouldn't have to ride around with you. I could run alongside a horse or something. I don't need a lot of food. I'm clean. I'm fine. I guess there's no value in a servant who has turned on his master, but I wouldn't turn on you. You'll see, I'm not proud of what I did, but he deserved his fate, and you're right. Maybe I deserve my fate as well. Fine. But if anything, I would say that now is the time to hire my services at a dramatically lower value than they're worth. I'll let you think about it. I have no intention to kill you. For now, we were a ragged caravan, assembling ourselves after a long night without rest. The sun had only just begun to rise as the innkeeper dragged the last of his smoldering furniture outside and took survey of the scorched walls. He had not yet made the connection between Samir's arrival and the fire dancer. Everyone agreed not to mention it. The furrier grumbled his curses in Cottonese so that no one would understand him. He stacked his singed furs onto his pack mule and left us. As he shuffled off, I imagined he was saying the Cottonese equivalent of good riddance. Even worse, the jeweler also left us. I would miss him. He was young enough to be my friend and had taught me how to tell the difference between pearls and glass beads. His goodbye was a remorseful glance, a nod to me, and a long sigh before he ran to catch up with the furrier. Samir had suffered the worst loss, his entire store of wool. And worse yet, I think he had lost his faith in the family ties of the caravan. But without his merchandise, what was the furrier supposed to do? Swagger around expecting the whole world to open its arms to nothing but his smile? Was Samir really so childish as to believe every family was a happy one? Had he never met an orphan? I didn't know what he expected when he imagined the caravan as a family, but I didn't blame the furrier or the jeweler for rejecting it. I watched Samir bargain with the herdsmen, who were also leaving our cursed convoy. He traded our pack mule for a Bactrian camel to help us across the desert ahead. I knew my master had fallen into despair when he took the herdsman's first offer without so much as a haggling nudge or a haggling speech. The camel had a limp, loose-bitten quality with its head hung low. The ratted fur of its neck mocked the ground. It reminded me of a branch on my almond tree. You know the one. It was the tree I lived in before the widow found me. The tanner's son had yanked on a branch, trying to make me fall out. The branch broke and forever drooped like the neck of a discount camel. Out of the entire caravan that we had started with, Rasim and his birds still remained. The birds were untouched by the fire, but swooning from the smoke. Smithy and Mara also stayed. Their materials were largely impervious to fires of a temperature so low. I think Rasim stayed because he hated Samir, and when you hate someone, you keep them close, because what you really feel is the love of hurting them, and we live where we love. So Rasim needed Samir. But Smithy and Mara, I couldn't understand. Did they stay because of me? Had Mara seen me save my master not once, but twice, and had she increased the market value of my devotion? Was I eligible of her affection? Or was this another joke of their accidental religion? Did they flip a coin or something and let chance decide? At the time, I didn't know. When I walked around the back of the inn to retrieve Rostam, the elderly donkey had fallen asleep and breathed so rarely that for a second I feared the worst. But then he jolted awake and resumed licking his fig-smeared lips. We slunk toward the Tälkämän desert with half-hearted steps. We had a long day to kill before entering the dreaded desert, which, you may know, has the tallest sand dunes in the known world. But that's not why it's so dreaded. It's dreaded because it also has ghosts that sing in your ear, get you lost, and drive you mad. Samir led us a safe distance from the ruined inn. I imagined the jaws of the desert would finally devour the city of bones, and the innkeep would move to Korla to find better fortune. The packed dirt road became loose under our feet as we approached the skirt of the Tälkämän. The occasional tree became an occasional shrub, and then a piece of driftwood, scrubbed white by the sand. In the distance, I could see the shifting dunes, rising like mountains, 1,000 feet high. Soon the outline of the road disappeared. We stumbled along silently. My head drooped with exhaustion. Samir's head drooped with sadness. We stopped at the last meager outpost hunkered before the barren sea, where Smithy and Mara could trade their yak for 2 camels. Rasim had his own pair of camels for his teetering bird cages. We let the animals drink at a large puddle of groundwater near the well. I led Rostam and pushed his head down until the blind donkey felt the wetness on his nose. Our limp camel had no such trouble. Its head grazed the water naturally. Though we only had a pocket of cherry paste and a tea tray as merchandise, I relieved the beast of the travel supplies and our personal items. Samir had an entire satchel full of perfumes for himself, some beard wax in an ivory box, his teeth-whitening cream, his bronze sunshades, and more combs than the Queen of Persia. I searched for a place to rest for the day. We would travel again at sunset. Smithy and Mara were busy sorting the metal slag that they would have to leave behind and the tools they could pack onto the camels. Smithy tossed objects over his shoulder to land either in an open satchel or in a scattered discard pile all around. Every once in a while, I noticed Mara nudge a tool into the open satchel with her foot when Smithy wasn't looking. She was a more practical accidentalist than he was. In any case, they were busy, and there was no business to be had at the outpost. The merchants there were always squinting at the desert air. Their faces looked like dry and cracked leather, and they had nothing extra for little beggars. I walked away from the outpost building toward the shade provided by an old broken statue. It was the statue of a capital king that had cracked at the waist and toppled. All that was left of it were 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone. A slope of the marvel head peeked from the sand where its face had half sunk and sneered now at the rising tide. When I reached the giant pillars, I heard a shuffle on the other side, facing the Tälkämän. I walked around. There was Samir, sitting on his rug, his head in his hands. Behind him frowned the face of the king. When Samir noticed my presence, he beat his chest, poured sand as though it were ash over his head, and said, "Doomed! Doomed! Tell me, little monkey, how will we ever get the merchant's crown with what we've got? What have we got anyway?" "A packet of red paste and a tea tray, which might be iron or pewter." "Doomed!" said Samir with a howl. "We'll feed the crows soon enough. Wait, where did you get the tray?" "I traded the innkeep at the last minute." A proud-hearted grin twitched under Samir's mustache. "But the wool is all gone," I added. Samir threw his arms in the air and wailed, "Doomed!" I sighed. "Someone has hired Death himself to kill me, or worse," moaned Samir. "They've hired Sid, who's promised to kill us before we ever reach Samarkand. And now the wool? The wool, little monkey, that I had agreed to take on consignment from the orphan children of the martyr Tesores." "Oh, stop it," I said. "It was ordinary wool." "Ordinary wool?" said Samir, putting his hand on his heart as if I had stabbed it. "Ordinary wool? We're well doomed if the young ones are all as faithless as you." Can you believe the gall of that ridiculous man? A man who claimed every religion and none, as it suited him to call me a monk. Sort of faithless? Samir puffed his chest when he saw my outraged expression. "It's true, it's true," he said. "You limit God by making him so extraordinary, and you, his only friend, me, humble servant that I am, exalt even sheep, the miraculous pitchers of milk and cheese, benevolent contributors of wool." I looked around for a rock to throw at my master's head for his hearsay. Samir trailed off into mourning at his own mention of wool. He seemed to lose his vinegar for a good argument and went back to moaning, "Doomed!" But I didn't believe that he was truly sad, because at that time I couldn't believe anything he said. Let this be a lesson. Once you are a liar, no one will believe anything about you, even if you show them your broken heart. And a broken heart is the most believable thing in the world. I decided I would sleep on the other side of the statue. I wasn't going to share company with a man who compared the creator of heaven and earth to a sheep. But before I could get away, Samir spoke again. "I thought the furrier would stay at least. We'd ridden together since Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ. Like family." "That's not like family," I said. "Isn't it?" said Samir. "Saying that doesn't make it so." Samir nodded, as though he could see that now. I realized after all this time that he was right about the furrier. I was just mad about the sheep thing and wanted to go against anything he said. The truth was that he had lost a friend, and I had been heartless about it. Maybe I am what you think I am, little monkey. Maybe I'm the hand of Eblis, the devil, drawing veils across the faces of men. "That's a fancy way of saying liar," I said, "but maybe you are what I think, a boy who has been hurt so badly that his heart is clenched and will not loosen until God gives him the justice he demands." I didn't respond. Samir wiped his eyes. "If God exists," said Samir, "then I've only betrayed him. Maybe I will pray to him to do me a favor and not exist." I finally succeeded in tearing the sleeve on my robe. The sound of the ripping fabric made a wordless curse against my master. He was so ashamed of his life that he wished for all of life to end. He had betrayed God and wanted to hide from him, the way children hide, sitting in the open and covering their eyes. Samir put his head back into his hands. I walked around the wreckage of a once great Shah and plopped onto the hot sand. He was so lost. I pitied him a little. He disgusted me. I pitied myself. It was then that I formed my plan. Or at least that was the first time I thought that I could end all this silliness about a merchant's crown and buying my freedom and lies about God. If I had the guts, if I wasn't a coward, I could free Samir, the seller of dreams, from his misery. But that's not how it happened. As I said, it was only the beginning of my conspiring thoughts. There was still the matter of all those other killers skulking around. Maybe they would get to him first. I pulled my cowl over my head to protect it from the easterly sun and soon fell into an irritated doze. Sometime during my fitful sleep, I was roused by the shadow of someone standing over me. It was the mirage of Samir, the seller of dreams. "Here," he said, and handed me his bronze eye shades. I only remembered the fevered dream after a long nap when I awoke with the soft silk bands of the eye shades wrapped around my head, and the sun setting behind me, and my master nowhere to be seen. Chapter 9. Enter the Mongol Gunner. Mara was the first person I ran into when I rushed back to the outpost. She was tying the bundled rods of Smithy's disassembled yurt to her camel. Her jade headband kept her short hair from falling in her face. I realized I had a layer of dirt caked on my robe from sleeping outside. "What's going on?" I said. "We're travelers, traveling." I was too flustered to be annoyed. "Yes, all right. Where's Samir? Is he gone? He left me this." I showed her the eye shades. "Those are nice," said Mara, as she pulled a terraplane over the baggage and tied it down. "Do you think he threw himself into the well?" I asked. "Ha!" said Mara. "He'll never fit in the well." "Then where is he? I dreamed something terrible happened to him." "Something terrible, like 6 different killing lines trying to find him at the same time?" "He was scared." "I should hope so. In my dream." "Oh, that was probably a coincidence." "You think everything is a coincidence?" "No, I think everything is an accident." "So what's a coincidence?" I said. "2 accidents at the same time. An accident of accidents," said Mara. I didn't have time for all her runaround talk, and I was surprised that she cared so little. Just then, as I was starting to imagine Samir kidnapped by the Rogue Legion or something, I saw Rostam walk out from behind the outpost stables. Behind him marched the limp Bactrian camel, already packed and ready. Behind them both was Samir. "Ho, there, monkey! Sleep well?" he said, a wide grin on his face, as though nothing was the matter. I turned to Mara. She smirked and widened her eyes, as though to tell me to open mine. "See? Now if he accidentally falls into the well, that would be a coincidence." I decided that she was the most beautiful devil I would ever encounter. I strained to make her less beautiful in my eyes, but ended up scowling for a short time instead. The caravan was already packed with provisions, and so we set out. The moon was a sickle, and the stars were tiny heads of grain. The Talikamon desert was a vast floor of threshing dust. Only camels could bear goods across the dunes. They had webbed toes that splayed out as they sank into the sand and kept them from plunging under, and they only needed water every 2 weeks. At one point I worried aloud that Rostam had come along. "Nonsense," said Samir. "Donkeys only have trouble when they are expected to be donkeys." "But Rostam is a donkey," I said. No, said Samir. "He's the donkey patriarch, the people's hero, a creature who casts a greater shadow than the divine Tianama horse, a sire to Pegasus, and a ruby-sweating god-beast." He had even more to say on the topic, but I stopped listening. I came to understand that the way for an old donkey to survive a trek in the world's harshest desert is for his master to treat him like his own grandmother. Samir constantly poured water into his hand for Rostam. After the donkey lapped up what he wanted, Samir rubbed the rest of the water on the beast's forehead, then delivered the last of the moisture to his own brow. Rostam trundled on. Samir was dizzy with thirst at every oasis. The Talikamon scoured at our faces and ground into our teeth. I covered myself with my robe, but my exposed hands were quickly dried and cracked. In the daytime we rested. Rasim's birds wobbled in their cages under their terraplane, unable to muster a sound. At night they rioted in protest of the trip through the desert. Mara and Smithy rode their camels in silent conversation. Several times as we marched in the darkest hours, the dunes rising on either side echoed with a sound like a howl. I thought it might have been a phantom caravan riding behind us. I thought maybe they would overtake us and steal our breath. But then Samir said that the ghosts would never risk stealing our breath because Rasim was with us, and his breath could befoul the afterlife. I was not reassured. I rode with my hand clasped on the bridle and counted the lumps of tangled fur along my camel's neck. I stuffed my ears with bits of cotton to keep out the evil voices. I lost sleep. The gangly motion of the camel and the constant rolling of the sands created a feeling like seasickness. I kept an eye on Rasim, whom I believed had stayed in the caravan as a hateful demon might perch on a shoulder, to do some mischief. I could think of no other reason. The moon had quadrupled its value by the time we reached the outer edge of the haunted desert and dangled in front of us like a shiny coin. The Cᴏᴍᴍᴇირᴛ and its buried cities gave way to the western high plateaus, where the ground hardened into clay, and gorges had been cut into the rock shelves. The towering formations had been serrated by the constant desert wind and looked like massive temple spires. Their exposed layers had as many colors as a magistrate's robes, from the yellow sand of the desert to the red dirt of the nearby Cᴏᴍᴍᴇ plains. When I craned my neck to take in the pillars of rock, I spotted a lizard crawling through the crags. The first living creature I had seen since we had escaped the dervish. I felt an overflow of fondness for the lizard, as Noah must have for the dove. I had reason to hope again. Even with my cracked and blood-caked lips, I smiled. I decided that Mara had most likely convinced Smithy to stay with the caravan in the interest of our love. Twice I looked back at Mara, who rode at the rear of the caravan with Smitty, and she caught me both times. She smirked the second time. Though we had miles to go before an oasis, and farther still to the next staging post before Kaskar, I spoke a prayer of thanks we had survived the desert. And I haven't even mentioned yet that I had earned a second bolt with my quick thinking at the end. At 6 bolts, I would be free to marry Mara, or at least beg Smithy to become an apprentice. I considered bringing the subject to Samir, who marched ahead, holding Rostam's harness. "Sahib!" I shouted, which is what I called him when I wanted to be respectful. It means master, like Dominus in Latin, which is how I would refer to you. Rasim clicked his tongue in disapproval of my noise because it could have awakened his birds. He trotted his camels to the head of the convoy and glared at me as he passed, but I was too joyous to care. "Sahib, a word," I said. The moon was bright. I saw my master glance back over his shoulder and nod. "Yes, little monk, tell me." But I wanted to talk privately. "Sahib, wait a moment." Up ahead, Samir gently pulled on Rostam's harness and turned to wait. I had planned everything I would say so that he couldn't weasel out of it. I was owed a second bolt of silk. I urged my camel forward, but in the instant that Samir halted, an explosion lit up the night a few paces in front, where Samir would have been had he kept walking. A deafening boom, a blinding flash, a fountain of debris, a cloud of smoke. A monkey, me, unable to suppress his terrified shriek. "Aie!" Rasim had been closest to the blast. One of the towers of bird cages crumbled to the ground. The frightened camel took off at full gallop. Rasim held the other camel by its reins and shouted it for it to calm down. Samir was knocked to the ground. His protective arm around Rostam's neck brought the old donkey down with him. I had no idea which direction to run. I hugged my back-turned camel's limp neck and frantically searched for Mara's jade sash. When I spotted it, Mara was looking directly at me. She pointed at the ridge of a nearby rock formation, but I couldn't understand her shouts over the noise of bleating pack animals, the squawking of birds, and the drumming in my ears. When I glanced in the direction of the ridge, a hurtling shape flew into my vision. It looked like a terracotta jar, flying towards us. A fuse sparkled at its lid. I had just enough time to turn and yell, "Run!" before the jar shattered on the ground several yards away. The gunpowder inside spilled out, landed on the fuse, and exploded in a sheet. Boom! I held on as the camel's neck whiplashed and the animal collapsed. The ground knocked the air out of me, but then a searing pain took over. It was the camel landing on my leg. I tried to scream, but the sound caught in my throat as my lungs gasped for air at the same time. I tell you, I thought we were dead. The killer on the ridge had us completely exposed down in the gorge. I dug my fingers into the clay to gain purchase and pulled, but it didn't help. The camel was too heavy. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Mara running toward a rocky outcrop and Smithy to another one next to her. A third explosion sent every animal stampeding in every direction, except for the camel lying on my leg and Rostam, who didn't seem to hear anything. Samir pulled the donkey. They trotted as fast as they could toward the protection of the same rock that shielded Mara. Rasim had tried to restrain his second tower of birds, but the panicked camel reared up and toppled the structure toward Rasim's head. When Rasim jumped back and let go of the bridle, the camel dashed away, dragging the tower behind it. The birdsman shouted a curse as he dove behind the rocks with everyone else. I knew there was another explosion coming, but I was still stuck. I panted for air. The others screamed encouragement at me to get up and move faster, but I was doing the best I could. My knee ached. Another jar exploded, but this time in midair, creating a sphere that lit up the entire gorge. With a final yank, I scrambled from under the unconscious camel and limped on my battered knee toward the outcrop. As I dove behind the rock, an arrow stabbed into the clay just inches from my foot. For a moment we huddled in silence, catching our breath and wiping ash from our brows, until finally Smithy said, "Clever. He's using the light to sharpshoot with his bow." He had an admiring tone. "Why not just hit us with his bombs?" said Mara. "I don't think he can throw that far," said Smithy, "so he shortened his fuse to blow up in midair." I lay with my head resting on the belly of Rostman, who seemed to have no complaints. The old donkey had actually fallen asleep. As Samir crawled over to check my knee, I said, "That's the Mongol gunner, right?" Everyone nodded. My knee bled from several small cuts. It looked worse than it was, but before I could say so, Samir tore his silk kaftan to make a bandage. "Could we wait him out?" said Samir. "Wait?" said Rasim. "What about my birds?" No one mentioned that half his birds were likely gone for good, and the other half, fluttering in their cages, had no camel to carry them. "No," said Smithy. "He chose this place well. The moon will be above us soon." "He wanted us here," said Mara. "Maybe we can negotiate," said Samir. He peered over the rock wall. I propped myself up on an elbow. The moon lit the ridge with a dim glow. I saw the silhouette of a small man, squatting on one knee in a shooting position. He looked like he held a staff with an iron bell on the end, a Chinese handheld cannon pointing right at us. "Down!" I shouted. The mouth of the cannon erupted in the distance. The thundering shot followed. Samir ducked just as the top of the rock wall burst into rubble. "That's just his starting position," said Samir. "We can talk him down." "He's not very good with gunpowder," noted Mara. "Maybe he needs magic troll gunpowder," I said. It was a joke, obviously. But Samir said, "You think? I could give him a very good price if he's willing to wait on delivery." From the wild skittering of his eyes, I could tell that Samir had reverted to his first instinct, salesmanship. A blast shattered another piece of our rock wall. "No, I don't think so," I said. "I think he's just picking this up. He's garbage with a cannon," said Mara. "He's a gunner. How can he just now be picking up guns?" I said, lying back down on Rossman's belly. Then I made the mistake of stretching out my legs. An arrow knifed through the air and stabbed into my sandal just between my toes. Can you imagine? Right between the toes. The sandal ripped from my foot and staked into the ground. I scrambled back behind cover and pulled my legs into my chest. "I didn't say he's garbage with a bow," said Mara. "He's a son of ᴏɪᴛᴅ." I stared at her. Was everyone supposed to know ᴏɪᴛᴅ? "The legendary Mongol archer," said Mara, "shot out 6 of the 7 suns that were scorching the earth, and that's why we only have 1 sun. Never mind, it's a folk tale." Smithy sighed and put a hand on Mara's forearm to stop her. He explained, "The Mongol on the ridge can put an arrow in a bird's eye. He must be learning Chinese gunnery as a way to expand his business." "That is clever," said Mara. "Otherwise, a Mongol archer would be much more valuable than the minor killing lines. He's lowered his prices so he can get more practice. He's probably spending all the prize money on gunpowder for now just to learn the craft," said Smithy. They were both admiring him for his business sense, even as he was trying to shoot us dead. Rasim pulled a few nearby cages to him and held them. I was still rubbing my knee with one hand and my toes with the other, trying to understand the situation. Samir seemed to be taking stock of his sellable goods, in case the gunner decided he wanted to go shopping. He mumbled to himself, "Got some red paste, the tea tray. Maybe he likes tea." Smithy continued his assessment of the gunner's brilliant plan. "Once the moon lights our position, in a couple hours he'll get tired of practicing gunnery and pick us off without any trouble." As though to confirm Smithy's point, another jar of gunpowder exploded in the air, and in the afterglow, an arrow stitched through Samir's felt hat and sent it skipping off his head. Another arrow struck the hat as it sailed and pinned it into the dirt. A third joined the two. I imagined the hat could have been a heart, surgically cut out of a chest, and shuddered. "Who doesn't like tea?" said Samir. "I ask you, what kind of barbarian doesn't like tea?" As the dust settled, we crouched behind the rocky outcrop, listened to the frantic beating of one another's hearts, and watched the moon inch slowly above the ridgeline. Soon it would clear the plateau behind us and shine into the gorge. Then, even a novice cannoneer could blast holes into our rock, and a master bowman could shoot through them. I willed the moon to stop. I prayed that the wheel of its chariot would break, and the moon would careen into a heavenly ditch. But the moon didn't stop. I thought to myself, let this be a lesson. But I couldn't think of which lesson it might be. Heaven was probably ditchless, I thought, and lacked any place that would cast shadow on the light of God. Then I had an idea. See, that's the lesson. The lesson is that prayer is not for the moon to stop for us. It is for us to stop and consider the work of heaven. "I have an idea," I said. I curbed the impulse to sit up straight. "We give him Samir?" said Rasim. "No, we blind him with the light of God." The others deflated. "Wonderful," said Smithy. "He could run out of arrows," said Samir. "We could sell them back to him. A discount for the bloody ones." I turned to Rasim. I'll need your birds." Rasim was appalled and held his cages tight. A cannon shot smashed into the rock wall just above Rasim's head. I knew it was the finger of God, flicking the stubborn man. I reached over and took the cages. "Everyone, take a cage," I said. "Now does anyone have a flint?" "I'm supposed to be a blacksmith," said Smithy, and then he added, "I have a flint." "Give it here," I said. "When I signal, use the tea tray to blind him." "Where's the tea tray?" said Mara. "With the fainted camel," I said. Hearing my plan aloud and seeing the skeptical look on Mara's face gave me pause, but I pressed on. "Tea is almost always the answer," said Samir, as though musing with friends at a caravanserai. I held on to my enthusiasm. I readied myself into a crouch and peeked around the outcrop at the limp camel. "That's why we need the birds," I said. "Everyone open your cages on 3. "No!" said Rasim. A powder jar burst into a shower of sparks like at the dragon festival in Turfan. "Now!" I said, forgetting to count to 3. A pair of lovebirds, a peregrine falcon, 3 pink-breasted finches, and a king cockatoo fluttered into the air in a plume of feathers and a cloud of bird feet. A monkey darted out. My bruised knee buckled. A pain like a scorpion sting shot through me. I stumbled on all 4s. A cannon shot whistled through the flock of exotic birds. They screeched and flew away. I scrambled to the fallen camel and pulled out the tea tray from its saddlebag. I hurled it back toward Mara and shouted, "Wait for my signal!" The light of the explosion was gone. An arrow sliced past my cheek. I limped as fast as I could toward the Mongol gunner's position, clamping my teeth together to prevent a howl. Another jar flew into the air and flashed open. I pressed myself against the base of the plateau and quieted my heaving breaths. 2 arrows stabbed into the ground at the corner of the rocky outcrop where I would have been if I had run back to join my group. I praised God and hid myself from the gunner. For the next hour I climbed, as did the moon. The light of the gorge began to give things shape. The Mongol gunner's battery became more precise, hammering pieces of the rocky outcrop to dust. I tested every handhold for loose rocks and moved only in the thunderclaps of cannon fire as they echoed in the gorge. That way, the gunner couldn't hear me rising up toward him. Halfway up the ridge, my old friend the lizard scampered across my knuckles. I decided it was a sign. Black powder hung in the gorge. The bombardment continued. I struggled up the face of the cliff. The moon raced me to the top. As night wore on, the rocky outcrop shrunk and the caravaneers huddled closer and closer together. Soon the famous whistling arrows of the Mongol nomads would shriek through the perforated rock and find their targets. Targets that I loved, or at least wished to preserve, or in the case of Rasim, didn't really care for, but still, some of them I loved. I winced as I lifted myself onto my injured knee and crouched on the last shelf below the gunner's perch. I watched the gunner's shoe sticking out over the rock ledge just above me and stayed as silent as a rug. Slowly I pulled Samir's bronze eye shades from inside my robe and tied the silk straps behind my head. Everything darkened. I could hear the Mongol pull the bowstring taut. I could hear the slight creak of bamboo and bone as the bow bent. I could hear the bowman's measured breaths. I struck the flint. Sparks flared out. That was the signal. Down in the gorge, Mara used the tea tray to reflect the moonlight into the gunner's face. The blinded Mongol made a startled grunt. I sprang up, grabbed the man by his belt, and pulled him over the ledge. He shouted something as he fell, but I couldn't understand it. Mara and Smithy stood up and cheered. I pulled off the eye shades and looked over the edge. The Mongol gunner lay at the foot of the plateau, senseless, with a broken arm and a badly bent leg. I felt terrible. What if he had little archer children, riding their horses that very moment in the grasslands of his country, hoping to impress their father when he came home? I imagined he would limp home to them eventually. You should know I felt terrible all the other times as well. I have been in a state of terrible feeling since this entire account began. "I'm sorry!" I shouted. Then I hurried down the cliff to dress the gunner's wounds. 3 bolts? Is it that many? Wondered Samir. He was stroking his mustache and not helping as I wrapped the bandage around the unconscious gunner's leg. "Yes," I said, "half my total price." "Well, I'm glad I paid so much for you, little monk." "You didn't actually pay it." "Nonsense," said Samir. "And your worth has gone up as far as I'm concerned." I must have given him a devil's glare, because he raised his hands in surrender and went back to rousing the fainted Bactrian camel. He sang a sweet song over the unconscious animal and packed its saddlebag with the merchandise scattered around. Rasim had rushed out from behind the rock wall the first instant it was safe to gather his birds. The clay shards of the gunner's jar littered the desert floor, along with the broken bird cages. Mara and Smitty walked around salvaging chunks of slag metal. Their merchandise, provisions, and yurt had all spilled to the ground when their camels bolted. I hurried to patch up the Mongol before he awoke. When Samir finally managed to stir the limp camel, the creature ambled to its feet, staggered around in a flustered circle, and sprinted away before Samir could grab its bridle. Samir took a few half-hearted steps in chase, but the camel surprised everyone with its sudden vigor. "It even took the tea tray," said Samir with a sigh. He had only just returned it to the saddlebag when the camel arose. The packet of cherry paste, which had fallen out, was the only merchandise we had left and was very little consolation. We set out once again. Our caravan had dwindled down to a small band of vagrants. The only mount was Rostam, and he carried no burden but old age, which Samir called too much familiarity with the world. Footed travel was so exhausting. We all walked in quiet misery, carrying the goods we had left. I knew the silence had robbed Samir of the last joy a caravan afforded, telling tales. In this condition, we could never cross the Pamir Mountains, which lay before Samarkand. At best, we could stumble into Kashgar and try somehow to reassemble our stock at the Grand Market, where merchants unloaded their goods before tackling the mountain pass or turning back eastward to Turfan. At that time, we didn't care, as long as we could find some food and water. Lingering over us was the fact that 3 more killers awaited us, and even if we survived them somehow, there was Sid. I tried to walk beside Mara. She laughed at my constant sideways glancing, so I let her walk ahead because I wasn't just glancing at her. I was also checking our surrounding for safety reasons. If she wasn't so busy laughing at me, she would have known that. "If we can get to Kashgar," said Samir, "I have friends who can give us stock on loan. We'll be richer than Colossus." I had the feeling that Samir wasn't particularly worried about money, but instead worried that the others were worried about money. As for Crassus, I'm sure you know Crassus, the rich man from your part of the world. "They'll kill us before we enter the gates," said Rasim. "You could leave," suggested Smitty, as we plodded along the road. "If I leave now, the killers might find me first, when they're looking for him." He jerked his chin toward Samir. "I'd tell them everything I know, and they'd kill me so I couldn't come back and warn him. Which I wouldn't do anyway, but I'd be dead. If I stay, the killers could just find all of us and kill Samir and leave me as a witness. I could advertise the quality of their work." "Sensible," said Samir, pinching his mustache. "Except if it's a Sid," said Smithy. "If it was Sid, there would be no discrimination, only total annihilation." Rasim turned his attention back to the road. I noticed a smile forming at the corners of Rasim's thin mouth. As we passed the high plateaus and rounded the last cliffside into the open country, we spied a massive caravan, 300 camels deep, a moving village riding toward us. We stopped. I took Mara's hand and glanced sideways. She snickered, but didn't let go. "Ha! Look at that!" said Samir. "Finally, some good luck!" "We'll be fine," I said to Mara to reassure her in case she was scared. She said, "You are such a charming little kid." I would have let go of her hand, but I couldn't. It was the softest and best hand in the world, even if it was attached to a mean-spirited creature. Chapter 10. The Buyer of Dreams. By daybreak, the caravan had reached us. We just sat and waited. We walked into their camp as they bedded down. The walls of the plateaus provided shade. We found out the caravaneers had enough supplies to cross the Cᴏᴍᴍᴇᴛ. They were headed to the eastern capitals. Samir found a brother immediately. I will describe him to you and give you his full name so that you can verify this testimony, and so you can see that Samir was a menace, even though I will admit that he had a way of choosing his targets justly. His name was Gracchus Guldor. He had a fisherman's arms. His hair was tangled into greasy locks, infested by nits. He spoke mostly in grunts and curses, but I gathered that he had been a marauder in the Caspian Sea, until even his fellow pirates had to be rid of him. Can you imagine a beast so mean, unstable, and stinky that even pirates had kicked him off their ship? Now he was traveling the road to some other sea to find another pirate crew. I had the impression that he had sidled up to the caravan along the way, and none of the guardsmen had found the courage to confront him. He just walked with them and stole what he wanted from the travel packs, and no one said anything because, well, you really should have seen his arms. They were bulging with muscles and had pictures of evil eyeballs drawn right onto his skin. This is how it happened. If you find him, you can ask him yourself, though I imagine you would need the angel Gabriel to wrestle him to the ground first. And even then, I wondered if Gabriel knows that Gracchus Guldor bites when he wrestles. After the usual chatter, Samir said, "Brother Gracchus, you found this coral, you say?" Oh, I should have mentioned. We found him resting beside a rock, holding a piece of coral that was as big as a stag's antlers. It was red, which made it twice as rare. Gracchus made a grunt of assent. He and Samir sat together with their backs to the flat rock as the caravaneers erected a tent city all around them. I squatted nearby, flicking pebbles. I had hidden the packet of cherry paste in the pouch sewn into the folds of my robe in case Samir needed it to make a trade. Very well, said Samir, laughing. "It's the biggest I've seen. The ocean offered a true merchant's crown to its owner. So then, whose is it?" He looked like a fat child sitting beside the bandit, eager for attention. Gracchus didn't respond, maybe because he didn't understand the question. I glanced at the heavy scimitar lying like a guard dog beside his leg. "I mean, yes, you found it," said Samir, "but the harder job is finding its owner." "I own it," said Gracchus, "a treasure." "Nonsense," said Samir. I quickly prayed that my master wouldn't swindle the orc and get himself yet another death warrant. "Nonsense," repeated Samir. "If you want treasure, then here is my eye. It doesn't matter to you that I own it. Take it." I quickly changed my prayer that the ogre wouldn't remove and eat my master's eye. Gracchus glanced sidelong at this enormous gnat that continued to buzz in his ear. Samir pulled down his cheek with a finger to show the curvature of his eye. By my beard, you can have it. It's juicier than the other eyes. It has seen every color and every bride in the Caliph's harem." Gracchus smirked. "You don't have a beard," he said. "Don't be precise, Gracchus. There's nothing worse than a scholar in love with his own precision," said Samir. Gracchus shook his head and laughed through his nose. He had never been accused of being too smart before. Do you see Samir's particular genius? The insult was really a compliment. "No, but really now," said Samir, getting down to business. "Which Gorgona do you think sits on her island aggrieved for this coral?" I could tell Gracchus didn't understand Samir, who was always a little too poetic in his descriptions. I jumped into the conversation. I said, "A piece of red coral is made of a Gorgon's blood, and Gorgons are horrible snake monsters who live on islands." Gracchus nodded. Samir gave me a wink. He said, "And how many merchant ships will she sink into the sea looking for it?" Gracchus Guldor said a curse under his breath. I could tell he had not considered the possibility that all the fatted ships he had traveled so far to plunder might be at the bottom of the sea by the time he got there. "Here is what I propose," said Samir, but before he could finish, Gracchus broke the coral in half and handed a piece to Samir. "Yes, exactly," said Samir. "You head east, I'll head west, and whichever finds the Gregorian may dull her rage." Gracchus was anxious, however, and didn't respond. His eyes had seen treasures he did not yet possess, and now they crumbled away. Samir patted the bandit on his slumping shoulder and said, "We'll solve this, brother, before you cross the desert." Gracchus nodded. The caravan had become a temporary city, and Samir turned to leave, but I pulled on my master's sleeve to make him wait. "Incidentally," I said, "maybe we should take the bigger piece, since we're going the way you came, and that is where you found it." I don't know why I said it. I just felt that itch that merchants feel when there's more haggling to be done. I could hear Samir suck in his breath. We both waited to see if Gracchus would lash out at this last bit of needling. But I tell you, it worked. He snapped off another piece of coral and gave it to Samir. As we scurried away, Samir patted me on the shoulder and laughed to himself. "What a clever boy," he said. I looked back at the pirate. Gracchus Guldor was lost in his own mind. His hopes for looting rich merchant ships had disappeared like a dream. His plans were mainless. He stared toward the east, across 1,000 miles, into a barren sea. Chapter 11. Ablutions and Pollutions. After Samir traded the coral for some gold, sugarcane syrup, and several sea sponges, we found a neglected tea house in the outskirts of the tent city. A larger assembly hall had been constructed nearby. It was skirted with hookah smoke and roared with sounds of gamblers throwing knucklebones. Most of the caravaneers were drinking there. Gracchus was there, so we were not. Our little tea house was shabby and quiet. I will describe it for further evidence. The tea house was established by a grandfather from Chang'an who had lost his wife to fever. He had escaped the city that housed her memory by feeding the caravans. He had taken his sons, who had taken their wives, who had borne children, who crawled around on the carpets playing games with the patrons' toes. When we walked in, Samir dropped onto a pillow sack and told the children that under one of his toes was a gold coin, and they could have it, if they could find it. But that would be impossible, he said, because he had learned the technique of the stone fist from a Shaolin monk in exchange for a musical beehive. The cleverest and oldest girl informed Samir that stone fist technique was for fists, but Samir taunted them all with a guffaw. Were his opponents know-nothing babies? Everyone knew that Samir, The seller of dreams had learned stone fist technique after living with the Kurdish circus, where he had trained to walk on his hands for a full year. And since the Shalom monk who taught him stone fist was exceptionally old and blind, he did not notice that Samir's fists were his feet. "Nobody can walk on their hands for a year," said the girl. "Shows what you know," said Samir. "How else could I juggle musical beehives with my feet?" "You can't," she said. "Get me a musical beehive and I will prove it." The girl had no answer. Her suspicions remained on her face as a beaky pout. Her siblings dove to the ground to pry Samir's toes apart. Their mother apologized and offered a plate of fresh dumplings, still sizzling from the iron cauldron. Samir said it was no trouble at all. For a short second, I wondered if Samir had ever been a father. I wondered if the reason he loved kids was because his heart had already built a room for them. But I didn't have time to ask. He took the dumplings and wrapped them in a towel. Then he gave them to me. "Here," he said, "take these to that Smith's girl." I liked the idea. We had just gained some merchandise and survived the haunted desert. Maybe things would be better for a while. I took the towel. As I turned to leave, I heard my master say, "Now, good sir, I invite you to drink with me." I glanced at the man sitting across the carpet from Samir, an elder from the East, with a mustache as thin as a razor and the self-satisfied look of an educated man. I disliked him. His fingers were spider thin. His smile was simpering, but seemed to hide a sneer. I would have thought that Samir, a master peddler, would have a distaste for someone so clumsy in the art. "I am but a humble ablutionist, if you please, sir," said the man. "That's wonderful," said Samir. "Let's drink." "I sell many good oils for cleaning, tinctures for rheumatism, plague, soreness, warts, and bad luck." The speech sounded rehearsed. I thought maybe he didn't speak the common Sogdian tongue. He just had a few phrases memorized. He was probably from farther east, near Chengdu. That was when I finally realized what you've probably discovered already. I scuttled back over to Samir and whispered, "That must be him, the Chinese ablutionist." "Yes, I noticed," said Samir, turning to talk in private. "I need you to leave now, monkey, so that I can drink." I didn't understand. "But he's here to poison you." Samir looked at me like this was obvious. "Here's the point," said Samir. "You're a very dour little monk for someone so young, and our treacherous friend here doesn't speak so well." "We could probably just attack him together," I said. "See what I mean? If you skulk around here thinking about attacking him, you will make him nervous." I looked over Samir's shoulder. The ablutionist wore a Chinese robe with long sleeves for hiding vials of poison. On every finger was a vaulted iron ring, big enough to house a tiny compartment full of deadly powder. I looked back at Samir and noticed for the first time that his eyes were sincerely brown, no stain or splatter, when everything else about him was shaggy and oldfish. I don't know why I noticed that at that moment. Probably because I was trying to look into him, to understand him. I looked down and spoke to his feet. "But if I help you, I would get a bolt." Samir nodded. "That's a fair bargain. Why don't you return in an hour and scream something to distract everyone? This will be a task worthy of a bolt." "Really?" I said. "Of course not. A bolt of silk is practically a treasure. But I'm feeling charitable. I was an orphan before, remember? And I'm not above taking charity." "What should I scream?" I said. "I don't know. Perhaps that the Smith's girl had broken your heart because she refused the dumplings for being too cold." "Fine," I said. Then a notion struck me. I wondered if Samir was still as broken-hearted as before. "Wait, you're not trying to drink poison, are you?" My master sighed. I explained. It's just that the caravan deserted you, and they were your family." "Nonsense," said Samir, clapping me on the shoulder. "I've still got you and Rostman, and that Smithy's a good sort, and Mara could be my daughter-in-law if you play your charms right, and I have Rasim, my stench-ridden confidant, and there's still the merchant's crown that God promised me." I was momentarily appeased. "Our supplies," said Samir. "Are they all here?" He gestured at the saddlebag, containing the cane syrup, the red paste, and the sea sponges. The gold, we both knew, was in Samir's pocket. "Yes," I said. "I'll be back in an hour." I bowed for show and turned to leave. "Good," said Samir, "and don't forget to give some dumplings to Rostam." I was still afraid Samir intended to drink the poison. Why else would a merchant feel so charitable? Had he finally given up his relentless optimism? I lingered outside the tea house, behind a pile of gunny bags, and watched. The truth is, I wanted to be sure that he wouldn't abandon me. What would become of a 4-times orphan? Nothing good, I imagined. Under the canopy, Samir's hand gestures were all the common language they needed. The ablutionist smiled and nodded a lot. He was pleasant. If you poison people for a living, you have to be pleasant to get people to trust you. To fill the void of conversation, Samir asked the ablutionist, "Chantrage?" It didn't register. "Shall we play chantrage?" repeated Samir. "Chess?" The man nodded vigorously. Samir laughed. The ablutionist laughed. Samir asked for the chessboard and a bottle of raki. "We will drink," he said, making a glug-glug motion with his empty cup, "for every piece lost in battle." He knocked over a game piece to show a fallen soldier. For a moment the ablutionist recoiled with a sudden outrage. I realized that Samir had done the order in reverse. First, he made the drinking motion, then he killed the soldier. The ablutionist must have thought that Samir was exposing his plan. When you poison people for a living, you also suffer from schemer's anxiety. But Samir knocked over several more pieces, following each with a glug-glug motion. That clarified things. First the murder, and then the drink. The ablutionist laughed. Samir laughed. He poured a shot of raki into the earthenware cup and gave it to the ablutionist. In mutual respect, the ablutionist took the bottle to pour Samir's drink for him. Samir was busy setting up the game board, so he didn't see this next part. But from my vantage point, I spied 2 streams pouring into the cup, one from the bottle of raki and one the powder from the ablutionist's ring. A scream choked in my throat. The ablutionist placed the frothy cup in front of Samir with a bow. Samir laughed. The ablutionist laughed and made his opening move. At first I hoped that maybe Samir was a chess master or something. Maybe he had arranged the match knowing that after years of hustling emirs at the game, he would be unbeatable. And in fact, Samir was part of a secret chess club, the Brotherhood of the Checkered Pastime. If that was all true, then maybe he was in no danger of losing even a single piece. I prayed so hard for this to be the case. Samir wiggled his fingers over a pawn, jiggled his mustache, picked it up, and plopped it down a couple squares ahead, exposed entirely. In 2 moves, the ablutionist blindsided the careless pawn and removed it from the field. I prayed that the poison would work quickly through my master's body with little pain. Samir lifted his cup, pointed at his opponent, and laughed. The ablutionist also laughed. I winced and closed one eye. In one gulp, Samir tipped back his cup and slammed it upside down on the rug. No one spoke. The ablutionist leaned forward with anticipation. Samir swallowed with a loud exhale and said, "Whew! Very good! Very spicy!" He fanned his mouth to cool the burning and nodded his head to show that it was enjoyable. For a moment, the ablutionist allowed confusion to cross his face. Maybe a man as cumbersome as this one needed a higher dose? I will admit that I was completely puzzled. I stared, open-mouthed. For the next move, Samir took a piece, and the wiry chemist took a drink of raki. His eyes bugged out and reminded me of the Viking. Berserker. Samir reached over, gently clubbed the man on the shoulder. "Tastes very good, yes? Quit dawdling, monkey. I'm garbage at chess." The ablutionist coughed into his fist and thanked Samir with a few strange syllables. As I left my hiding spot, I heard the ablutionist take another piece, and both men erupt into another fit of awkward laughter. I couldn't imagine what Samir was scheming. I worried as I searched for Mara through the caravan. That Samir might have thought he was immune to poison? You heard him before. He boasted that he could juggle beehives with his feet. This was not a humble man. The day was hot and dry, as they all are. As I passed the entrance of the largest gathering hall, a man stumbled out, holding his nose, and said, "His teeth! His black and yellow teeth!" And so I knew Rasim's whereabouts. Between the dark folds of canvas tents, sacks of grain, and barrels of turpentine, I could see the roving shadows of men. Their whispers flickered in and out of earshot. Birds of 1,000 different nations clamored at one another. Several stray dogs barked in the distance. I wondered if I would be like them soon, chasing behind the caravan, living off of discarded morsels of food. I found Mara by her jade sash and her blue eyes and short hair, and the glow of her. I think she glowed. She sat outside a shepherd's tent, combing a sheep. "What are you doing?" I said. "Combing a sheep," said Mara. I knew that already. She was as unapproachable as a porcelain god. I rotated my rope belt so that the tassels faced forward. Mara held the sheep in place with her knees and deposited the collected wool in a grass basket nearby. "I knew what you were doing," I said. "Then don't ask," said Mara. "Can you imagine how beautiful she must be based on how mean she was to me?" "Didn't they need blacksmiths?" I said. "Oh, right," said Mara, struggling with a stubborn knot near the sheep's belly. "I guess we're weavers now." It was true that Smitty had lost his tools when the Mongol gunner chased our baggage camels away. Even so, I was suspicious. I had helped them gather the knotted chunks of slag metal from the desert floor. Why would they want to carry all that heavy iron if they were quitting? And what did Smithy know of weaving anyway? But then, what did Smithy know of smithing? From inside the shepherd's tent, we heard Smithy's voice. "We turn it into felt, no problem. You give us passage for 2. "Oh, right," said Mara. "I meant we're felters now." I was suspicious, and now also heartbroken. They were leaving with the shepherds. I hurt with the knowledge that maybe our meeting had been a cruel accident and not star-crossed love. Let this be a lesson again. To everyone we love, we give a knife. I wanted to pinch my nose because you can do that and stop yourself from crying. But then I realized I was still holding the dumplings wrapped in a towel. "I brought you food," I said. Mara looked up for the first time since I'd arrived. She took the bundle and opened it. "Thanks," she said. She started eating and didn't seem to remember that the first time we met, it was she who had given me a plate of food. And she'd said that she believed in love. And I didn't understand what was happening. Had she lied the first time? Had she said it simply because she saw me as a child? Some people will say whatever children want to hear to comfort them. I petted the sheep, so I would have something to do. "I was thinking we've almost escaped the killing lines," I said, "and I've almost bought myself back." Mara nodded as she chewed on a dumpling. I continued. "I thought maybe I could join you." Mara raised an eyebrow. "You won't know where we are," she said. "I promise. I'd look everywhere," I said. Mara wiped her fingers on the sheep and went back to combing. "Are you any good at felting?" she said. I could learn, I said. We probably won't be felting by then anyway. Oh, and you won't escape. I didn't have a response and didn't want to say, oh, again. Though she hadn't said it, the name Sid rang in my ears. What will you be doing instead of felting? I said. Please don't go, I thought. Mara sighed and yanked at the tangled wool. The sheep let out a complaining bleat. You won't find us, she said. She looked away. I know that people do things for all sorts of reasons, especially small gestures, like looking away. Sometimes they don't even realize why they make these gestures, so there is no benefit in trying to understand their meaning. They are accidents in conversation. But I am telling you, you who know so much about interrogating people and observing the hidden meaning of their hearts, I am telling you, I think she might have looked away to strengthen herself. I think somewhere past her dismissive attitude toward me, she cared for me a little. Not the way I cared for her, but enough that she would miss me. And she needed to look away to steel herself. That is what I thought, anyway. Should I ask around for Smithy? I said, wanting some clue as to how I could find her again. He told you he's not a smith, said Mara. She looked away again and sighing through her nose. He's an accidentalist. That's his name. Do you see now? Do you see how awful it is to be in love with someone who disdains you? Forget what I said before. And do you see what she meant? I will tell you. I knew in that moment that the two of them, Smithy and Mara, were Sid. Sid, who was the hand of chance and luck and fate, whatever. Sid, who was not a myth, but a father and a daughter who cared about no one but themselves. Do you see? And though I still didn't understand how, I knew Mara and Smithy would kill Samir. And worse than his death would be the moment just before when Samir would realize that it was his family that had betrayed him. People want to tell you who they are, even when they are your enemies. You must hear them, or you will never recognize your rightful family. They had told me they were accidentalists. A.C. Sid Tillis. The name of Sid was right there in the word. I didn't wail or tear my garment. I didn't weep. I didn't even shake the dust from my sandals and curse them all. Instead, I began to scheme, as it seemed everyone around me had been doing from the start. Who hired you? I asked. Mara smirked. Rasim, of course, but that's not what I meant when I said you wouldn't escape. She paused to pick at a rock that had tangled itself into the wool, then continued. I mean, you won't escape us either. Who can escape an accident? But at that moment, I wasn't referring to us. I grew tired of her smug charm as she told me over and over again that I was not her friend. That she was better than me because she was older and infinitely more beautiful and smelled like a garden flower. That she was worthy of my love, but I was not worthy of hers. I divorced her in my imagined future and gave her back to God for safekeeping and offered my heart to Him for repairs. So what did you mean? I said. Once again she smirked. I meant the caravan scout saw the rogue legion less than a day away. Rasim hired them too, and you know they're unstoppable. They followed us through the desert. You'll never push all of them off a cliff. Why wouldn't you just kill us and get all the glory? I said. Mara shrugged. We've got enough glory. What will you do if we beat the legion? There's still the Bedouin clan. Them too, I said. Then you've had a run of amazing luck. And then we'll have an accident? I said. Mara nodded as though I was finally catching on. No one's lucky forever, she said. I gave my last dumpling to the sheep and folded the towel. So all that talk of Sid was nothing. You just wait for people to have accidents? There's nothing more eventual than bad fortune, little monkey. A little salt gets sprinkled over the rocks around a well, and camels won't stop licking it. They push each other to get at the salt, and they finally topple all the rocks into the well. They're so thirsty, they won't help pull the rocks out, and the well crumbles into itself. Just like that, a whole outpost goes under. She was describing that first accident that befell us, if you recall. And you claim the credit? I said. We did spill the salt, said Mara. I realized that if I hadn't been there to blame Rasim, it would have been Samir all by himself. And then the caravan might have abandoned him in the desert, and Sid's work would have been done. One time, said Mara, we destroyed a whole city's economy after all their silkworms died. I wanted to get back to Samir. I said, if you killed all their silkworms, that's not an accident. That's sabotage. We didn't kill them on purpose. Smithy was trying to smoke some meat in the new kiln, and it suffocated the worms in the trees. But she smiled. Their secret method wasn't the all-powerful hand of accident. It was just a bunch of convoluted schemes. You're vultures, I said. You wait for others to fall and swoop in to feed yourselves. Mara shrugged. We didn't eat the worms or anything, she said. I don't think she was listening. She pushed the sheep toward the herd. The rogue legion would arrive in less than a day. A Bedouin clan lurked somewhere nearby. Samir was in the company of a prisoner. His fellow merchants had abandoned him, and his best friend had paid a fortune to hire the murder god of an accidental religion, Sid, who had been my first love. We're nearing the end now. I sprinted back to the tea house. I sprang into the tea house and screamed, "The Smith's girl has broken my heart! By God, I am a dying phoenix, drowned in my own tears!" And though I had been instructed to say this, I found no trouble summoning the anguish of its meaning. My arms hung limp in my brown robe. I felt like nothing more than a suffering ape. The patrons of the tea house all turned to stare at me. Silence steeped the room. The owner's granddaughter toddled forward and offered me the coin she had pried from under Samir's foot. I thanked her, but refused the gift. I noticed the ablutionist had lost the majority of his chess pieces and swayed on his cushion with a foolish grin. His hand shook as he poured the next round of raki, and with clumsy secrecy poisoned the cup in front of Samir. Samir was down to a king and a bishop, but he sat clear-eyed. Around him was a scattered army of pieces and an overturned cup for each one. I said a bunch of other things and blubbered as everyone stared at me. I looked back at them and thought the whole world could be sitting in that tea house. I said, "Why do we have to be so cruel to each other? Why is our pain made softer when we inflict it on others? Why is this world so much less than what it ought to be or what we can imagine? Why did God give us these imaginations if all they do is point us at a country we can't never reach and will never see? Why is everything such a disappointment? Why is love the best and worst disease?" But let this be a lesson. Life is only disappointing if there is nothing after it. Otherwise, life is our time in a craftsman's hands, the way a piece of wood is carved into a spoon by a carpenter, or reeds are woven by a basket weaver. We grow into whatever we allow to be made of us, and we're sold, like the spoon or the basket. Our afterlife isn't the market or the workshop. It's in the home of our master, whatever master we have spent our lives serving. Does any of that make sense? It made sense to me as I stood at the door of the tea house, shouting at strangers. Just as I finished my blubbering, I spotted Samir taking advantage of the distraction to switch the drinks in front of him and the ablutionist. I excused myself. I said, "Sorry," and slunk into the corner. The tea house returned to its business, and Samir made his next move. With his bishop, He took a straggling foot soldier. Immediately the ablutionist moved his knight into checkmate. He reached forward slowly, took Samir's king, and placed it sideways. The men stared at one another. I marveled at the number of upside-down cups resting on the carpet around my master. They resembled tombstones. Samir looked at his fallen king, pointed to the Chinese ablutionist, and laughed. "We drink together," he said, making the motion. Even the ablutionist's laugh was a bit slurred. The two men eyed each other over their raised cups and drank at the same time. Not for the first, or even the 30th, time, the ablutionist waited impatiently for his victim to fall over dead. But Samir sucked back the drink and slammed his cup on the table upside down. "Do you see that?" he said to me. "Did you see? My monk lived!" He pointed at his lone bishop standing on his side of the chessboard. He was trying to make me feel better. "That's got to mean something, doesn't it? Granted, it might be an accident, but it might also be the voice of a subtle God telling you he loves you." He continued to think about it. "Or maybe I did it. But look at that king lying down beside him. That could be your friend, Samir, taking a nap." The ablutionist began to grumble to himself. He spat at Samir, made gestures to pantomime Samir's inconvenient fatness, and pointed at the upturned cups. "Uh-oh," said Samir. "I think he's mad. I'm not dead." The ablutionist kept hurling insults until a hiccup gave him a horrified pause. I imagined the poison had begun to boil in the man's stomach, and the fumes had finally wafted up to his nose. In any language, the look in the ablutionist's eyes was fear. He snatched up the nearest upturned cup in front of Samir and revealed a sea sponge underneath, soaked in a toxic brew. Samir stifled a giggle. He had not taken a sip all night. The ablutionist grabbed another cup and discovered another sponge. "Sorry, friend," said Samir. The frantic ablutionist lifted all the cups. Each had a sea sponge underneath, like a rigged shell game. The ablutionist cursed or groaned in pain, I couldn't tell which, and fell sideways dead. I surprised myself at the thought that Samir had once again wasted our merchandise. I quickly bowed my head and spoke a blessing for the ablutionist's soul. I was jolted out of my prayer when Samir slapped me on the back and said, "Lift him up. He's passed out from drink." He spoke loud enough for the gawking patrons to hear. "We need your monkey arms, not your monkish charms." I was out of breath. That is the answer to the question of why I didn't tell Samir everything I had just learned from Mara. I had sprinted across the caravan, shouted my grief at the state of the world, and wept. Then Samir hoisted the ablutionist's body onto my back and told me to carry him as we left the encampment. If the next question is, why couldn't the donkey carry the load, the answer is that Rostman had just woken up from his nap and Samir didn't want to upset him. I carried the body on my back, with the arms over each of my shoulders like a yoke. The ablutionist's damp cheek rested next to mine, and his feet dragged behind me like a plow. I was scared and panting. The old man's mustache scratched at my face. He had no breath, but when his chest pressed against my back, air would escape from his mouth. It reminded me of the bellows that Mara and I had pressed to pump air into Smithy's fire all those nights ago. It was hard to believe in anything at that moment. I thought maybe Smithy had been right. There is no third thing, only life and death. It is easy to think such a thing because of the three of them, life, death, and love. Love is the only one that isn't always around. Life is all around us, of course. That's how we can sit here, and you can hear my testimony of the life of Samir. We're all alive doing all this, walking, talking, eating, and so on and so on. And death is also all around, too, haunting our lives. At that moment, as we left the encampment, I had a dead man on my shoulders. And I am telling you about the death of Samir. Death is what we are always considering somewhere in our minds, especially the small deaths of humiliation and sadness. But wouldn't it be nice if love was all around us, like life and death? Wouldn't it be nice if love was inevitable like the other two? That you could be sure you'd find someone to love and love you in return, or a mother, or a brother, or a good friend. Wouldn't these be the promises that made both life and death worthwhile? Well, I know what Samir would say. He'd say, "Nonsense, little monkey. The rarity of a thing is what makes it valuable." But he's dead. So what did he know? I didn't want to give up the third thing. I didn't want to live in a world where it was only ever sold, rather than given. But there I was, dragging the corpse of an old murderer through the desert. So you don't always get what you want. I tried to speak, but wheezed instead. "What are you trying to say, little monkey?" said Samir. "Spit it out." I was afraid. I couldn't breathe. I could hardly keep up with Samir, who seemed as if he was trotting. I was angry that he didn't understand the danger we were in. I was angry that Mara was plotting to kill us. I was even angry that we had to bribe a caravan guard to let us leave with the body and return without it. I was angry that Samir had made me a part of something so ugly. The guard wouldn't accept a trade for our remaining goods. The animal skin, sack of sugarcane syrup, and the packet of cherry paste. So we had to give him our gold. We tramped alone in the direction of Kashgar. I snorted like a spooked horse, but couldn't spend the air necessary to speak. The body was heavier than it looked. Samir led us through a cypress grove. He was obnoxiously cheerful in the face of our predicament, and that made me angry too. "The Legion," I sputtered, stopping to catch my breath. "They're almost on us." "Nonsense," said Samir. "Wait, really?" He turned back to look, but shook his head as if he didn't see anything. When I glanced back, I thought I could make out figures on the horizon, just to the right of the caravan settlement. The morning sun glared behind a group of shadowy phantoms. It was, well, I'm sure you can guess, the robed legion marching towards us. At most, we had a half a day, if we both kept moving. I wheezed a tiny prayer to God and ran faster, even with the dead weight on my back. "Maybe we should get the others and leave," said Samir. "We are leaving," I said. I didn't have the heart or the breath to deliver the killing blow to Samir's dream of family. "Nonsense," said Samir. "We can't leave without them." I didn't want to do it, but as I opened my mouth to tell him that he had been betrayed, we were interrupted by the sound of a snap, a rustle of stones, and what might have been a polite cough. I strained to raise my head, which in turn raised the abolitionist's head, which at that moment was resting on mine. Then I dropped the body like a bucket of slop beside Rostam. It was the Bedouin raiders. They emerged from the shadows of the trees. Samir stopped a few paces ahead of me and positioned himself in front of Rostam, the body, and me. The raiders, dressed all alike, in black robes. They are nomads of the deserts no man can travel. From their belted sashes hung scimitars, throwing knives, and one particularly scary instrument that looked like meat hooks tied together in the shape of a tulip. Their black turbans covered their faces except for their eyes. Behind them stood their mounts, Arabian stallions, faster than dust devils and nimbler than Athena's thimble. And like the goddess, at her birth, they had lightning at their feet. There could be no running from the Bedouin raiders. "Run!" I shouted anyway. I dashed toward Samir and shoved him in the back. Samir stumbled forward. The raiders sprang. Even Rostam roused himself and galloped a little. We sprinted through the cypress glade, blind in the daylight, tripping over loose rocks. Samir chugged through several branches. I was wild with panic. I glanced over my shoulder. The ablutionist's ankle had caught on Rostam's harness, and so he dragged the dead man behind us. The body ramped on a tree root and sailed into the air, arms and legs flailing like ribbons. I screamed, "Aie!" and rocked past Samir. A Bedouin raider appeared in front of me. I took a hard left turn, nearly losing my balance. A throwing knife flew into the tree trunk beside me. I took another left. Rostam and the abolitionist were now charging toward me. I closed my eyes and opened my mouth to scream. I ran full speed into Samir. I fell backward. Samir took the brunt of the collision in his belly. He pitched forward, gasping. Rostam halted beside him. The Bedouin closed their circle. Rostam nickered his disapproval. The raiders drew their scimitars. They were noiseless hunters. I scrambled away from the nearest attacker like a crab. The Bedouin raised their swords. Samir was doubled over, panting. He raised his hand and said, "Whoa, whoa! Hold for a moment, brother." He winced as he straightened himself and held a stitch in his side. The Bedouin paused for the merchant's last words. "How much are they paying you?" said Samir. The Bedouin glanced at one another. "The people who want me dead, how much did they pay?" said Samir. After a moment, the shortest of the raiders stepped forward and pulled down his black scarf. Patchy stubble and acne dotted the young Bedouin's cheeks. "No one paid us," he said. "You cheated me, you pig of a dog." He raised his hands to show where a ring had turned his finger green. "And then my horse died," he added. I thought the horse part was a bit greedy. Horses die all the time for no reason. He was clearly piling on accusations. "Līධᴇ? Is that you?" said Samir. The Bedouin tensed. He glanced at his men to see if anyone dared to smile. "No one calls me Līධᴇ anymore," he said. "Oh, well then," said Samir, bowing, "1,000 pardons, Lord Līධᴇ, whose tales of victory are as long as his beard." Two of the men coughed to hide their snickering. Samir continued, "How is that radiant wife of yours? Hafsa, is it? And her 3 babies? You lucky boy, how are they?" Līධᴇ scratched at his stubble. "They're good. She says hello, but that's not the point." "Ah, yes," said Samir. "You're here to kill me, but you haven't said how much you're paying these fine brutes behind you." "We're all here to kill you, free of charge," said Līධᴇ. He couldn't have been much older than me. His eyes swam in his head like goldfish. He was clearly new to all of this raiding business. "Wait," said Samir, putting a hand in the air. "Does that mean that you're killing me for no cost? Or that I'm free of all charges, but you're killing me anyway?" Līධᴇ had to think about this for a second. He glanced around. He clearly didn't want to seem too thoughtful in front of his father's men. Samir added, "Because I would hope your father taught you never to kill people without a cause." "The cause is cheating me," said Līධᴇ. "So, the first then," said Samir. "Yes? And you think there's no cost to killing me?" "I think so. I mean, I don't have to think. Yes." "What about the cost of the ring?" said Samir. "You won't get that back if you kill me. And whatever you're feeding these men, you are feeding these men, yes?" The idea that someone should have been feeding them seemed to dawn on the Bedouin raiders all at once. Several scimitars lowered to the ground. One raider said, "I knew it," under his breath. "And what about the money you could be making back at home? And extra horse feed? And the repair to your scimitars once they've been nicked on my rock-like skull? What about this little monk? Killing him will certainly cost your souls." I tried to look holy so that they would feel bad, but all I could muster was lifting my chin in the air and squinting, as if I was new to this world. Līධᴇ scoffed, but his men, who were older and closer to their judgment, seemed to wonder. Samir began to address all the crowd. "It seems to me, brothers, that you're spending a treasure on this lark. And for what? For killing a fellow Muslim and a holy monk? I am fat, I grant you, and I don't mind a drink now and then. Allah forgive me." Several of the men stirred. One scratched his forehead to hide the red drinker's blossom on his nose. "And I skimmed, perhaps over the details of Lîðᴇ's ring, but my soul, and by your beards, I'm sorry. Let him who has not swindled a little throw the first stone." I rolled my eyes and sighed loud enough for my master to hear. I mean, really, this seemed like a weak argument, even for a trickster like him. The problem with tricksters is that they think everyone is playing the same games. I figured we were about to be stoned to death, me for the second time. I looked toward the east. The rogue legion had cut the distance in half. That was the first time I could make out the figures of 5 legionnaires marching in unison, shaped in a phalanx. It's a very effective image, I'll admit to you. I nearly piddled my robes. It's terrifying, to be honest. I turned back to Samir and whispered, "Hurry." Samir waved me off, but quickened his speech anyway. "How's this? We pay you in gold for all your trouble, and for the ring. A refund," said Samir. "Even though all sales were final at the time, and though I've been saving a paste for a good friend to clean his teeth, I will throw it into the bargain for your green finger, Lîðᴇ." I could not believe Samir would ever consider a refund, even if he was surrounded by masked desert raiders. But I guess this was his last resort. A confession and a full refund. I have to say I admired it. How many people do you know who admit their guilt? How many make refunds to the people they've harmed? And truly, when you consider Samir, how many can you name who were worse off after their dealings with him? Didn't they all get something, even if the trade was for nothing more than a story? I suppose what I'm saying is that I had come to understand him a little. Lîðᴇ stroked the scraggly hairs on his chin and said, "We could kill you and take the gold and the paste." But behind him the older men talked in private. Samir looked at them instead. I glanced again at the oncoming soldiers and bounced with impatience. The oldest of the raiders stepped forward and said, "The gold, the paste, and that baby monk gives us a blessing." "Sold," said Samir, clapping his hands. I had no time to argue. I elbowed past Samir and said, "That's another bolt." We were at 5 now, in case you are keeping count. I raised my palms for a blessing that I made up on the spot because I have never actually been trained as a monk. I remembered saying something about the shadows of birds and the sunshine on the grass, and how God is the sunshine and we are the grass. But now that I think about it, I think we are the birds. Anyway, what can I say? It worked. The Bedouin each took a knee, except for Lîðᴇ. Afterward, Samir handed Lîðᴇ the paste from his personal toiletry bag, and the oldest Bedouin his gold. The rest of the raiders retrieved their knives from the tree trunks or attended to their stallions, while I tried to wake Rostam from his exhaustion. "See, monkey?" said Samir, patting me on the shoulder. "What have I always told you? Never leave food on your plate. Never write someone else's name on your body, and never skimp on assassins. Simple, really." I had no time to tell him that his friend Rasim had not skimped either. 2 of the raiders lifted the ablutionist's corpse as Lîðᴇ untangled the ankle from Rostam's harness. "We're taking this too," said Lîðᴇ. I have no idea why they wanted the corpse. The old ablutionist did have a lot of jewelry on. Those poison rings would probably do worse to a clumsy finger than turn it green, but I didn't know how to tell them, and I was in a hurry. I ended up saying, "Will you bury him?" I wasn't trying to insult the boy king, or whatever he was. I just wanted to know if he planned on offering the smallest human courtesy to the dead. I thought, was there no end to the indignities suffered by the weak and the infirm for the conveniences of the strong and the well-fed? I must have annoyed him with my question. Lîðᴇ pulled out a knife, cut off the dead man's ear, and shoved it into my hands. "Here," he said, "bury this." Chapter 12. A quick aside. For the purpose of this testimony, I will pause here to confess two important details in order to explain what happened after. First, I stole a knife. You remember that the raiders threw knives at us that stuck in the trees, and after all the bargaining was done, the men went around and retrieved those knives because they were quite valuable. They were expertly made, well balanced, sharp on both sides, with flattened handles to make them easy to hide. The raiders were distracted. I looked to my right and saw one of the knives sticking out of a tree right beside me. I didn't even have to move. I grabbed it and hid it in my sleeves. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was starting to realize that we were cornered, and Samir had gotten lucky one too many times. A man's good fortune can only last so long. Anyway, I had a knife. My second confession is that I recoiled and threw the ear to the ground as soon as Lɪڌᴇ shoved it into my hands. I was ashamed of my cowardice, but I wasn't afraid for my own life, and I didn't recoil because of the disgusting rubbery texture of the bloody ear, although they are very rubbery once they're all by themselves, away from the head. I was afraid because I saw in Lɪڌᴇ the nature of the world. The careless way he cut the ear reflected the same indifference I saw in the eyes of the killers we had met before him. How could someone like Samir ever survive that sort of heartlessness? I don't know. It was just such an ugly thing to do. The confession here is that I saw the severed ear, and that's how I knew murderers did that sort of thing. They just cut off people's ears for burying purposes, or for mailing someplace, or because they wanted to. Those are my two confessions that explain my behavior in the coming events. I had a knife, and I was shocked that you can cut off people's ears to make them lighter for travel, or to give them to whoever hired you as evidence that you did the job. Another last confession is that I was starting to shake uncontrollably. I was not well. Chapter 13. Enter the rogue legion of the Roman army. And last of all, excepting Sid, was the rogue legion. Samir and I ran as fast as we could, pulling Rostman through the cypress grove. A wild olive tree marked the end of the thicket, which must have been fed from an underground tributary of the Tarim River. "Maybe we can keep pace with them," said Samir, panting like a dog, "and make it into the foothills. We could lose them in the Pamirs." We both knew this was his most far-fetched idea. How could we climb the Pamir Mountains faster than 5 professional soldiers? I know you know the reputation of the Roman army already, but I will tell you this part from our perspective. And from our perspective, the phalanx was a tireless demon. They marched. Their sandals were unfit for the jagged terrain, but they marched. Their shields must have been heavy, but they marched. Samir and I ran as the silted ground of the hill country tightened into rocky foothills, leaning against us. As occasional rugs of grass distracted Rostman. As rivers cut across the horizon, and mountains peaked in the distance. We ran at various paces, and the soldiers marched steadily on. Panicked and exhausted, I had scattershot visions of the widow and my almond tree, the tanner, and the monks of my old village so far away. They seemed to live on the underside of the world now. My robes flapped in sweaty lashes. I knew Samir would soon collapse, but he didn't let go of Rostman's harness. I held the last of our merchandise, the cherry paste and the small skin of cane syrup, inside my robes. I knew that we would never sell them. Samir must have known too. He must have known he would never get the merchant's crown or his family. In my other hand, I hid the Bedouin throwing knife. The rogue soldiers were close enough to throw a javelin when Samir, Rostam, and I rushed onto a rickety wooden bridge. Below us, a river from high up in the Pamir Mountains rushed down into the valley. Samir stopped in the middle of the bridge. Rostamon brayed in protest. "Run!" I said. The moment I paused, I heard the rushing of blood in my ears. "Nonsense," said Samir, bending over. "You go ahead." The soldiers reached the bridge and marched on. I pulled on my master's arm, but he would not budge. "Come on, we can get away," I said, begging. Samir smiled. "You lie, little monk. Go on." "No," I said, "don't do this." I still wanted some miracle to occur, some piece of accident that would save us, but that isn't what happened. My sweat poured into my eyes and mingled with tears. The soldiers halted when they reached us. That was when Samir whispered to me, "Go on, little monk. I never meant that business about your purchase, your family. Go on. Run into the mountains and find another village, and live." Do you remember I said I had stopped believing in love after Mara broke my heart? That maybe the third thing between life and death was sadness? No? Well, imagine that I did for a moment. What does it matter? I was clearly thinking such things, but I tell you, at that moment with Samir, I believed again. Love isn't always a splendid thing. It doesn't always shine like Mara's blue eyes. Some love is the daily love of a friend, a person you might have nothing in common with except for a dream. In that moment, I understood the expansive and expensive nature of Samir's love for me. He was willing to die on the bridge so I would live. "Samir, the seller of dreams?" demanded the captain at the head of the squad. You realize this is the end, of course, and my testimony is over. "Yes," said Samir, standing straight, holding his belly. He tried to push me aside. "You're not religious men by any chance?" said Samir. The soldier made no expression. One of them spoke as though he read from a death warrant. "Samir, the seller of dreams, we've been hired by—" "No!" I shouted. I couldn't let him hear the name of their employer, Rasim. If he was going to die, I didn't want him to die with a broken heart. I whirled around with the knife. I rushed at him. I grabbed my master's ear and cut it just as Lɪڌᴇ had done. Samir howled as a waddle of blood poured onto his neck. He wrenched back against the ropes suspending the bridge. He caught himself on Rostamon's harness with one hand as he held the side of his face with the other. He looked at me. I couldn't decide if I had somehow caused some greater cruelty. How could I have known? I thought Rasim was his best friend. That's what he had said, and he had only ever called me a monkey. But his eyes spoke of a horrible, nonsensical pain. And to my horror he said, "I'm sorry, little monk," as if he deserved to have been betrayed. I couldn't really see as I cried. I had to finish what I started. I punched at Samir's chest with both hands. The sleeves of my robe covered the knife, but I still held it. I stabbed and pounded on his chest at the same time. I knew I was making a terrible mistake. But let this be a lesson. When you make a terrible mistake like that, you regret it immediately, and even though it was only a second ago that you did it, you can never uncross that bridge. I regretted it. I regret everything. I wish this whole testimony was one of Samir's silly stories. I wish I hadn't been so rude to him in my mind for all the time I knew him. I wish I hadn't said he was a godless man. I sobbed as I did it, but what does that matter? I shouted, "They were never your family!" but it sounded like gargles and whimpers. I stepped back from Samir. His chest had become a mess of red gore. I heard one of the soldiers exhale through his nose. Samir looked down at his own mutilation. A last word bubbled in his throat, but I couldn't tell what it was. He stepped back and fell off the bridge. We all rushed to the edge and leaned over the rope in time to see the body splash into the water. A red stain smeared slowly across the surface of the river as it flowed under us. I thought Rustam was an orphan now, like me. Anyway, that's the end of it. That's how I accidentally broke my friend's heart, when all I really wanted to do was the kindness of killing him. Let that be a lesson, I guess. Chapter 14. The End of My Testimony. I keep my hands together under my sleeves and watch the captain's face for any reaction to my story. He is like a Roman statue, standing over me as I sit on a rock at the far end of the bridge. He has short black hair and a clean-shaven chin. He has laughed at none of my jokes and sighed at none of my tragedies. He has only listened. His men are resting a few paces away, telling their own stories and passing around a few slices of dried pork. I wait. The captain looks me up and down one last time and nods. Then he turns towards his men and shouts, "Marcus!" 3 of the 4 men turn their heads. "Marcus Lucius," he clarifies, "go down and get a piece of the merchant to show the buyer." But before the soldier gets up, I say, "Wait here, take this." I extend a trembling hand. The captain takes the severed ear with a satisfied shrug. "Don't worry about it, kid," he says to me. "You're not in trouble. You wouldn't believe how many slaves beat us to the punch." I nod. "I don't have any money," I say. I don't know why. The captain scoffs at the idea of 5 Roman legionnaires robbing an orphaned monk. "Don't worry," he says again. He orders his men to pool together a handful of coins and offers them to me. "Here," he says, "just wait for someone to come by. Give them half the money if they'll agree to take you with them. Don't give them the other half until you reach Samarkand. You can find a temple there." I nod again and count the coins at a glance. It's a good amount. I feel ashamed that I counted it, but it's a long way to Samarkand. The captain jostles me with a pat on the shoulder as he leaves. I stay seated and watch the legionnaires march back over the bridge. They recede into the horizon. I know they're going toward the caravan, where Rasim will pay their bounty. The sun begins to set. I sit and think about Samir. All the time I knew him. I thought he was a hustler of cheap tricks, but he never lied when he said he was only a seller of dreams. Somehow it never occurred to me to ask where he truly got all those dreams to sell. I guess I didn't really know my friend. I thought he wanted nothing more in this world than the merchant's crown. But if the merchant's crown is just another way of saying he wanted to be rich, then maybe Samir already had it. He was the only person I ever met who didn't dream of gold. He dreamed dreams. Rustam sidles next to me and licks the salt from my cheeks. Chapter 15. The Cost of 6 Bolts of Silk. When the soldiers are out of sight, I get up and lead Rustam down to the riverbank to fill the water skins. I wash my hands and my soppy sleeves, but they both remain discolored. "Forget it," said a voice under the bridge. "That cherry paste was the highest quality, picked from trees on the mouth of a volcano." I squint at the shadows under the bridge where my master sits grinning like a troll. Rustam trundles onto the rocks to nuzzle his old friend. "Nonsense," I say. "The cane syrup is from an immortal gardener of the underworld," says Samir. "It's too sticky to wash." Samir's kaftan is ruined from the mixture of cherry paste and sugar syrup. I smeared it generously with my hidden palm when I pretended to stab Samir in front of the soldiers. "You really cut my ear, by the way," says Samir. A scab is already forming under his right ear. He's lucky I didn't cut it off by accident. "I needed you to scream," I say. "You're a terrible actor." Samir laughs. "Me? You monkey puppet. I almost laughed when you started blubbering." I scowl at him, but scowling at him only ever riles him up. I slap my sleeves against a rock, which does nothing but paint the rock a muted red. Samir wrinkles his face into a melodramatic sadness. They're not your family. Stab, stab, stab. He giggles at his own joke. I grab a river stone and fling it at him. He bats it away and continues, as though Samir, the seller of dreams, who sold the scrolls of the Gospel of Rostam to the Crusaders, who once turned to the Doge of Venice and said, "You know, if you keep it this way, you could sell boat rides to the tourist." Samir, the personal supplier to Ibn Sina and the child emperor of the walled city. Him, me, as if that man would be duped by a dirty bird-catcher like Rasim. Samir trails off, pretending to be distracted by a rock in Rostam's hoof. I wring out my sleeves. The water that pours out is still dyed red. The fabric is permanently stained. I sit back and sigh. Then I suppose you know that Mara and Smithy are Sid. No, really? Says Samir. Then he thinks about it and says, they were horrible at smithing, so I suppose I probably should have known. But still, people are full of stories, I guess. Mara said we'd never escape them. Mara is too cynical, says Samir. I smile. I have decided the same thing. I'll help you beat them for 2 bolts, I say. Samir sputters into Rostam's hoof. 2 bolts? Are you senseless? Sid is a legend. So are magic beans. Those would also cost you 2 bolts, I say. The cold river flows between my toes. I watch a brown trout mistake the flitting shadow of a dragonfly for the thing itself and dart to the surface. A silky breeze swoops under the bridge. I think to myself that we have a few coins and no merchandise, except for dreams. But the providence of the Lord cut a river into the mountains ages ago, maybe for no other reason than to restore my soul. I am thankful. As we stand and begin to climb the embankment back to the road, Samir resumes his good-natured pestering. Be reasonable, monkey. How much can my life be worth? Practically nothing if Rasim can afford it. I'll give you half a bolt if you save it. 2, I say, pulling Rostam up as Samir pushes from below. I'd rather die than be cheated like this. Watch your footing on the loose rocks, I say. You might have an accident. Fine, 1 bolt, same as always, no more. When Samir stumbles onto the road, I am standing there with my palm out. You want it now? Says Samir. What if you can't save me? Then it won't matter, will it? I say. The corners of Samir's mustache curl into a grin. I like this new monkey, he says. We haggle as I tie the waterskins to Rosman's back, but when I finish, the bags of water look awfully heavy on the poor old donkey. I untie them and hand one to Samir. Chapter 16. The Expansive Nature of Love. We walk along a ravine into the Pamir Mountains. A sheer cliff rises up beside us as we go. I think to myself, there must be a high road above us, but that would require a lot of climbing. As usual, Samir walks with the confidence of a man who knows exactly where he's going, or a man who is already there. We need supplies, but neither of us wants to go back in the direction of the Rogue Legion. We will make do for now. I wonder if we can get help at the next outpost. I ask Samir what we will do. He says, God will think of something. Quit worrying. Isn't it beautiful? Are we the luckiest fools in the world? As we walk along the canyon floor, we hear a clamor above us. I look up. I can't see over the sheer cliff. I only glimpse a sliver of the evening sky and a cloud of dust kicking up from the high road above us. Then I hear the braying of a scared sheep and men shouting and the clanging of metal. It's the sound of a riot, a stampede. One particular voice rings out, shrieking, "Aye!" The cloud of dust thickens. A few stones roll over the lip of the canyon and fall toward us. I hear Samir say, "Come on!" But before we can step forward or backward or duck or even cover our heads, we are showered by a rock slide. The entire ravine is filled with dust and rock and noise. A few boulders tumble down to our left and right. A hail of pebbles clatters off my skull until a rock the size of a fist bounces off the wall and smashes into my cheek. I crumble. It goes dark. What is death anyway? An accident, if anything? An unintended consequence? Actually, I don't know, to be honest. I've only been alive a short while. But that was the second time I was stoned to death by an angry mob. I have been waiting for it ever since Smithy and Mara became felters overnight, even though they still carried the slag metal everywhere. That's how come I started my testimony for the soldiers with the first time I was stoned to death. It's funny. Sometimes you tell a story the way Samir does, and then it goes and finds a way to become true. I cough and hold my cheek where it's bleeding a little. I walk over the rubble to where Rostan is hiding under an outcrop of the rock wall. Samir is sitting beside him. I hear him coughing, so I don't say anything like, "Are you all right?" I just stumble to him and squeeze his arm so he knows I'm all right. We cough and he puts his arm over my shoulder. When the dust clears, we see each other's bruised and bloody faces, and our coughing turns to laughter, which causes more coughing. Finally, I help Samir get up. We have nothing else to do, so we walk. We walk along the earth. We walk in quiet for a long while. Everything is so beautiful. The moon, my friend who wants good things for me. The cold mountain water. It's all so beautiful it might be make-believe. When we come to the main road, we see a camel rider approaching from the direction of the eastbound caravan settlement. It's a young Uzbek messenger riding a Bactrian camel, wearing an old wide-brimmed hat. His satchel is stuffed with sealed letters, scouting reports from surrounding outposts, receipts of sale, and several leather folios engraved with the crest of local magistrates bound for the capital king of Samarkand. He seems to borrow pride from the fancy letters in his satchel. "You, the two swindlers who just left the encampment?" says the messenger, looking down from his mount. Samir and I catch each other's glances and smile before I say, "Don't forget our mighty steed." "I have a letter," he says. When the messenger pulls out Mara's jade sash from his satchel, I feel the air leave me. I hand over a few coins. The messenger unwraps the sash and gives me a small piece of papyrus. I fight back the urge to ask for the sash. It would only raise the value. I read the note. "Smithy wants me to tell you we're going back with the caravan. He had an idea about a rock slide that would kill the both of you. I told him he should just kidnap your donkey and you two fools would walk yourselves to death trying to find it. But you know him, he wanted chance to decide. The first plan was to put iron shoes on a bunch of sheep and run them over the mountain road until they broke up the rocks and dropped them on your head. But who knew you can't shoe a sheep? Besides, that furrier sold us a scented oil he uses to trap mountain lions, and who can resist a plan involving a mountain lion? So we decided to tie all those bits of twisted slag metal to ropes and drag them behind the sheep like little plows. Then I brushed every single sheep and rubbed their wool with mountain lion bait. It was a lot of work, and you almost made me feel sorry when you gave me the dumplings. Almost. When our little caravan finally reached the canyon, a mountain lion jumped out and chased the sheep, and I was sure I would be rid of you, but Rasim was meddling, and the lion caught the smell of his breath, which resembles clams, no? So the lion ate the clam, and we don't have an employer anymore. I don't think Smithy ever wanted to kill you anyway. You're a nice kid. He told me to say, "See, little monkey, see? How else could all those rocks miss you, if not for a twist of complete random chance? You must become a man of accidentalism." I told him you could only become a boy of accidentalism. That's all. No goodbye. I reread Mara's note. I even laughed the second time at her jabs. I pray that I will see her again someday. "What does it say?" says Samir. "Rasim is dead," I say, handing him the papyrus. "He really should have bought your toothpaste." "Nonsense," says Samir, distraught. "I wouldn't have given it." As Samir reads the letter, I can't help myself. I trot up to the messenger and say, "Hey, you want to make a trade for that sash?" The kid clutches at the sash, as if it's suddenly valuable. "What do you have?" he says. "I've got a super sharp Bedouin knife. It's already killed someone." "Who?" said the messenger, leaning forward. "A merchant king. A seller of dreams." I wrap the jade sash around my waist as we amble towards Samarkand. The trade for my knife isn't exactly a merchant's crown, but it's a start. We are a caravan of 3. The great Samir, seller of dreams, a man 6 times dead and reborn. Even greater is his servant, Monkey, who defied the mark of Cid. And greatest is Rostam, a war horse to Neptune, a pallbearer of the Nazarene. We have so much to offer, I think. I thank God. Samir whistles a birdly tune in memory of Rasim and his Tower of Babel. "I was thinking," I say, "now that I'm no longer your servant, we should call me Omar, the roaming omen. I could bless the merchandise for an extra charge." "Very sensible," says Samir, pinching his mustache and squinting at the setting sun. "But who said you're not my servant?" "I saved your life 6 times, I say." "5 times, says Samir. "You cut me on the bridge. That's not very protective. And the ablutionist was mostly my work. Nope, you're still my monkey." "Fine, I saved your life 5 times. And I gave you credit for 5 bolts, which is a bit unfair since I should get a bulk discount." I shake my head. Samarkand is days and days away. We have the entire journey to Bigger. Beside us, Rossman soldiers on.